Good morning. As most of you probably know, remember that the meeting is being broadcast over the internet. Committee members, you have at your places some supplemental materials that relate to some items on the consent calendar that are rules changes, so you might want to glance at those so that you can vote advisedly on the consent calendar. Agenda item 2 is approval of the minutes from the September 21st, 2010 meeting. Are there any questions or discussion about the rules? The minutes. Okay, I do have one comment on the minutes. On agenda item 4K, consideration of adopting the staff recommendations of the committee relating to a report on the feasibility of expanding Texas's community college baccalaureate programs. It probably slipped through the cracks, but I had asked that in the minutes we list the steps that the community colleges who currently are approved to have baccalaureate programs take to get a new program going. So if we could add that to the minutes, or if I could have I guess I'll move that we add that to the minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Any other discussion of the minutes? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Move to approve. Motion, Elaine moves to approve.
Second.
All seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Agenda item 3 is consideration of approval of the consent calendar. Is there any questions about the items on the consent calendar? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is that Wallace moves to approve the items on the consent calendar without further discussion? Second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Whit. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Agenda item 4 is a public hearing on the Tech Prep funding formula for program year 2011 and 2012. And Dr. Stacy Silverman will describe the program that will describe the formula for this program year, and then we will have we'll invite anybody who wants to talk about it to do so. Hi, Stacy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Let me briefly describe the Tech Prep current formula funding for you and what we're asking the board to consider today.
The committee.
Oh, sorry. Committee.
Thank you.
Board committee. The board committee is being asked to adopt a new formula of funding for the Tech Prep Consortia. The board's commitment to promote higher education outcomes motivated the proposed formula changes, and the Tech Prep formula represents an area where the board has the authority to make outcomes-based changes. The current formula is driven by inputs. Staff, working with the Tech Prep directors, proposes to revise the formula to an outcomes-based model. The existing formula allocation methodology was developed and implemented in 1999, and the board has reauthorized that formula annually since. The current formula awards 65% of the Tech Prep funds, approximately $5.2 million, in an equal amount to each of the 26 consortia. It's approximately $200,000 each. The remaining 35%, approximately $2.8 million, is awarded based on the number of students enrolled in grades 9 through 12 in each regional Tech Prep consortia. To clarify, this approach funds the consortia based only on the number of high school students in each region. It does not award funding based on the number of students enrolled in Tech Prep, either in high school or in post-secondary levels. meaning college. The proposed formula is outcomes-focused and balances support for programs through various funding components, including enrollment in tech prep at both the high school and college levels. Additionally, the proposed formula incorporates the federal performance measures for tech prep, such as licensure pass rate, number of secondary tech prep students who enroll in higher education, placement of secondary and post-secondary tech prep students, and earning an associate or bachelor's degree. Secondary and post-secondary student populations, the number of colleges served by the consortium, and the number of high schools served by each consortium region are also factored into the proposed formula. The proposed formula addresses the needs of both rural and urban areas and recognizes needs associated with providing large population areas access to tech prep programs. Staff recommends that the proposed formula be phased in over a 3-year period to allow tech prep consortia to accommodate the formula funding changes. Staff is proposing that the new formula be phased in as follows. In 2012, 25% of formula funding would be allocated through the new formula. 75% would be allocated through the old 1999 formula. In 2013, 50% of the funding would be allocated through the new formula, while the remaining 50% would be allocated through the 1999 formula. And in 2014, the full funding formula would be implemented, and 100% of the funding would be provided through the new formula. When fully implemented in year 3, the proposed formula methodology would allocate 35% of the funds, approximately $2.8 million, equally to each consortium. The remaining 65% would be allocated based on the number of colleges, the number of high schools, the percent of regional tech prep students enrolled in high schools, the federal performance indicators, the total secondary population, and post-secondary CTE enrollment. These factors would award funding that would reflect urban and rural differences, as well as the number of high schools, colleges, and students within a consortium. In developing the proposed formula, staff recognizes that severe reductions to the programs would be harmful to the consortia and to the students. With that in mind, I'd like to point out that the overall reductions to the Tech Prep Consortia programs would not be greater than 4% in the first year in 2012. The coordinating board staff sought the input of Tech Prep directors beginning in spring 2010. The Tech Prep Formula Work Group studied the formula methodology and developed a set of factors that better aligned the formula allocation with the statute, incorporated the federal performance indicators, and included incentives to promote increasing the number of students participating in the Tech Prep programs. Recommendations for the work group were presented to the Tech Prep directors at their regional meeting in October. Coordinating board staff provided the Tech Prep directors with several scenarios and asked for their input. Based upon feedback from the Tech Prep directors, revisions were made to the percentages of weighted categories and the implementation of the formula. In fall 2010, Tech Prep directors were provided 2 funding scenarios and asked to provide their input and preference. Of the 26 consortia, 16 responded. 1 had no opinion, 5 requested no change, and the remaining respondents were evenly split between the 2 scenarios. The one that the CB staff recommends incorporates all the factors in both models and includes the total high school population and post-secondary CTE enrollment. Tech Prep directors were invited to provide input and comments to the coordinating board staff, and we have their input available if you'd like that. We also have an overview of who submitted and what their preferences were in front of you at the supplemental materials. The coordinating board staff appreciates the hard work of the Tech Prep work group and the input of the Tech Prep directors. I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Let's see. I think we'll stay in the public hearing format for now, and then we'll discuss when the item comes up on the agenda. Let's see. I have 4, 1, 2, 4, people signed up to speak: Jill Bursett, Paul Hooper, Candy Slocum, and Art Lacey. If you all would like to come up. Oh, and one more, Dr. Janet Jaworski. Is there anybody else? Well, let's start out with Jill Bursett, and if you'll give us your affiliation. And we're going to give you a whole 3 minutes to make your case. And Judy's going to hold up a very rude red stop sign when it's time for your case.
Thank you very much. I'm Jill Bursett, and I'm the director of the South Plains Tech Prep Partnership. We are composed of 49 ISDs, 53 high schools, and 1 community college. We have 100% participation in our tech prep programs of study. We have 32% of our population participating in tech prep in our region as being coded EAMS 3s as determined by TEA's definitions. I would like to state that there are some issues with this type of coding, but that I feel like our coding is correct, and I think that we will continue to work towards coding so that accountability can be a big part of this formula. We have continued to grow and do well in the South Plains region. I feel like that no matter what we do and how successful we have been, our funding continues to decrease because in the current formula there is absolutely no accountability in that. It is strictly based on 9 through 12 population. We have several consortia that are standing to lose money. The majority of those have less than 10% of their student population participating in tech prep programs. I truly believe that accountability needs to be a part of this formula so that everyone knows what that accountability is and everyone can work towards it. I think the current formula that is proposed by the coordinating board staff is fair, especially with hold harmless put into place and phase in over the next 3 years. It gives all consortia an opportunity to improve and to work on their data. For the data issues that probably will be addressed by others, Dr. Stevens has stated that he would work with TEA to really address coding. I also think we need to address accountability on the college side. I feel like the colleges are being asked to report data that they don't currently have, and so I think that's a major issue because that is what is driving our performance measures on the post-secondary side. So I think it's important for that also to be considered. Our board, who've asked me to represent them today, is very excited that accountability will be added to the formula. And we appreciate the work that the coordinating board staff has done towards this. It's a very complicated issue. You have 26 consortia that are very diverse, working with over 1,500 high schools and 77 community colleges, and $8 million just really isn't a lot of money to do that. And so it's never going to be a case where everybody's happy. But as long as people have a formula that is driving performance, and I know that the coordinating board is really looking at outcome funding now, I think that you also need to consider outcome funding for tech prep.
Thank you.
Any questions? Under 3 minutes, right?
We might ask we might ask some questions later when we get to the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much.
So hang around. Okay, Paul Hooper, welcome.
Thank you. Can I invite some other people up here from my consortium as well? Good morning, Madam Chair, committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to allow us to come down here today to Austin from Dallas, Fort Worth, and Corsicana, Texas, to talk to you about this proposed formula. Again, my name is Paul Hooper. I'm the board chair of the North Central Texas Tech Prep Consortium. I have with me today, who's not at the table, but I have Don Perry, who's the Executive District Director in Educational Planning and Policy Formation and Compliance at Dallas County Community College. I have Betty Hutchins, who's our Executive Director for the North Central Texas Tech Prep Consortium. I have Candy Slocum here to my right, who's our Executive Director of Interlink. I have Art Lacey, who is co-chair of our board and a businessman and the owner of Quality FCE and Associates. Again, thank you for this opportunity. We're going to hear a lot of information today. I appreciate what we've already heard, what the committee has done on this formula proposal. What we're here today is we're the second largest consortium in the state of Texas. We touch over 230,000 students. We have a very diverse and large area that we serve. We're here to propose that this formula we would request that maybe more study be put into it. While we talk about we want to be happy, we want to make sure we touch as many students as we can. The students are our products. That's what we're here for. So we want to talk about how that formula is being distributed, who will lose what, who will gain what, how many students will actually be touched or not touched. I represent the business and industry for our consortium out of the southern sector of our consortia. I spent time with the Texas Workforce Commission as a board business representative in the North Central Texas Council of Governments area. I was also a board staff person with the North Central Texas Council of Governments for 2 years, covering their district. I've worked with colleges, I've worked with high schools, I've worked with economic development directors, many communities across that COG area. And one of the things we find is, obviously, is a skilled workforce is what our industry hollers for. I know you as educators have a lot of guidelines you have to follow. I know in trying to work together, industry and education, sometimes we pass in the night, and I know it's a lot of work. I'm definitely convinced that industry has to step forward more, has to bring more to the table, has to invest more to make this partnership work. However, what we're looking at now is, and education is important. I do support post-secondary education very much, but there are a lot of students being left behind, and Tech Prep is one of those avenues, one of those alternatives they have to getting some skills for the workforce, some opportunities to get some education to stay in school. One of the things we see when I was with TWC, and I see is I'm also a chamber director at Corsicana and Navarro County, and we have a lot of dropouts. Our workforce is unskilled because they're dropping out of school because they're finding that there's nothing there for them. If they're not going to college, they're looking at other training that they can take on to the workforce and certifications, stay in school. What we're finding is about 65% of the kids that we touch are not going to college. Your time is up. Okay, I'll give my time up. I'll turn it over. You'll hear more information from Candy and Art. Thank you very much for your time and opportunity to talk to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address our concerns for the reorganization of the Tech Prep funding formula. Interlink, the organization that I represent, has a long history with Tech Prep because we worked closely with the state of Texas to start Tech Prep in North Central Texas. I've continuously served on the boards of directors of the North Central Texas Tech Prep, the Weatherford College Tech Prep, and Global Edge Tech Prep since their inception. I want to define to you the North Central Texas region, one of the second largest in the Tech Prep area of Texas. The region consists of 16 counties. We have 133 public school systems. We have 1,238,000 students, which is a whopping 26.34% of the students in the state of Texas in our region. And our region is considered to be Dallas, Tarrant, and the 14 contiguous counties. I think it's important to realize the impact that the proposed funding formulas would make upon these students, and it is for these students that I appear before you today. When it came to my attention that the coordinating board was revising the funding for Tech Prep, I was surprised because the current fund formula was revised just 2 years ago after studying various ways to ensure increased fairness by improving the percentage used to create an equal base for all consortia. Tech Prep has experienced many changes over the last 4 years. We've had turnover at the agency, leadership bringing 4 different individuals over the programmatic part, 4 different individuals over the financial part since 2007, and there have also been changes of the regional Perkins contact representatives. When historical perspective is lost, it can lead to unclear expectations and confusion. And I wonder if it is possible that this is what has occurred over the proposed funding scenarios. In December of 2009, the Coordinating Board considered the 9 measures reported in the Consolidated Annual Report, or CAR, to be so important that they adopted them as an evaluation instrument for Tech Prep Consortia. It is unimaginable to me that now these measurements are not going to be the performance criteria. In my view, neither of these proposed scenarios meets statewide fairness, and many of the students who are served by taking Tech Prep courses will be jeopardized. I would like to propose an alternate approach, and that is to delay your formula changes until 2013 reauthorization of Perkins. This time could be used to resolve these issues, because I don't want to come before you without a solution.
Thank you.
So I would appreciate if you would consider that.
Thank you. Mr. Lacey?
3 minutes, huh? Working for large corporations, nonprofits, own small business, career and technology education is the reason it's important is not that higher education isn't important, but once it's invented, it has to be manufactured. It has to be produced. CTE students are going to be the people out there doing it. 3 minutes. I suggest that I don't have time to tell you what's in these 2 written pieces that have been before you, but you guys need to read it. All of you do. Take a minute to think about it. The transition in the demographics that these graphs talk to you about. Okay? People are moving to I-35 corridor. 60-70% of the students that are going to be impacted in tomorrow's workforce are going to be in those school districts. And every one of those school districts is going to have their money reduced. A business axiom, nobody runs on an empty tank. You start starving those big groups, they will die. Texas will follow. Texas will follow. This isn't about territory, it's about Texas. It's about all students getting as much as they can have in order to perform adequately. You can have all the expectations and the guidelines and accountability indicators that you want, but if you can't fund the big guys, they'll starve to death. They will starve to death. $8 million bucks? Give me a break. We got to be smart about how we're going to spend $8 million when we ought to be thinking about how to spend $80 million. If Texas can't figure this out better than we've done up to now, my grandsons aren't going to have a shot. You can have the rest of the time back.
Thank you. Jill, why don't you come back up and this concludes the public hearing. Unless is there someone else? Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Why don't y'all just stay here, though, and then after you speak, we'll get Jill back up here, and we can talk with you after the hearing is concluded. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot about you.
That's quite all right.
Welcome.
Dr. Phillips, Dr. Mendoza, and members of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy, thank you for the opportunity to address this August body regarding the Tech Prep funding formula for program year 2011-2012. I'm Dr. Janet Jaworski, the Executive Director of the Global Edge Tech Prep Consortium, located at Collin College. We serve 50,437 students at 42 high schools in Collin, Hunt, and Rockwall counties, and 51,000 college students on 7 campuses in the fastest growing area of the state. I've served as the executive director since 1998 and have been involved with Tech Prep since the inception of the legislation in 1992. The existing Tech Prep formula funding allocation methodology was developed and endorsed by Tech Prep directors, as you know, in 1999. The original formula allocated the 65% of the total funds so as to assure that each consortium would have a level base of funds in order to operate a consortium. And the remainder of the funds, 35%, would be allocated proportionately. This year it was proposed that we look at another formula. The intent was to develop a formula that incorporated federal performance indicators and included incentives to promote increasing the number of students participating in Tech Prep. The methodology proposed does not accomplish that goal. In actuality, it reduces funding levels in 54% of the state's consortia. That would challenge the majority of the consortia to maintain what they have accomplished, let alone improve performance. In the years that we've been in operation, this consortium has increased the numbers of Tech Prep students by 67%, with the overall 9 to 12 student population increasing by 55%. 12 new high schools have been added, and the construction has not stopped. In 1998, we worked with 91 Tech Prep high school teachers and now work with 411 teachers. We have also increased the number of Tech Prep programs articulated. We've been lauded for our practices at the national level, having received awards for our initiatives and have been cited in 2 national publications for best practices. We also facilitate professional development leadership on the national level. In all this time, our staff size has not increased, but our services to the schools and the associated costs have risen proportionately. Despite our progress and improved performance, and with federal performance indicators placing Global Edge at number 5 in the state, the proposed funding methodology would reduce Global Edge funding to that of 1998. The support for career and technology within the high schools would be impacted negatively at a time when we are attempting to embark upon new initiatives. With funding rolled back to 1998 levels, we could not hope to provide current services and/or maintain a quality Tech Prep consortium. We already have a large number of students, high performance measures, and an increasing number of PEAM students. If these are to be the incentives by which we are measured, shouldn't our funding increase? Why then has the funding been reduced? This can only be attributed to the fallacies within the formula and by the drastic reduction in the base of the formula.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This concludes our public hearing. And is Ms. Bursett still here? You can pull up a chair. We'll now move on to agenda item 5A, which is our consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to the Tech Prep funding formula for program year 2011-2012. And McGregor will go over some of this. It's very complicated with us, and then we will have a discussion.
Stacy, I think, was going to present that. We've laid out the core of that, the core of the formula funding.
I thought you might want to speak to the particular comments made here.
Sure, you'd be happy to. I think starting out with some of the comments that were made at first with regard to the PEAMS 3 data, that is an issue that we are very aware of. Currently, schools have a tendency to group students into PEAMS 2 category, which does not include necessarily those students who are specifically in a CTE course, which is what PEAMS 3 means. Now, is that a fair description, everybody? Course of study. I'm sorry, not course.
But a PEAMS 3 is a student that participates in a Tech Prep formula study. A PEAMS 2 is a student that does not.
There. So we, in order to make an accommodation between PEAMS 2 and PEAMS 3, as a lot of school districts are not currently doing an accurate job of recording PEAMS 3, we've included some PEAMS 2 as part of an accommodation to some of the Tech Prep consortia. The purpose behind that was simply to get us moving in the right direction while still having an incentive to work with the school districts and for the coordinating board to work with the TEA to ensure that we are getting a better accurate count through PEAMS 3 of true CTE students. And that is something that we are going to be working with TEA on. It was also part of the reasoning behind why we decided to do a 3-year phase-in, so that there would be some initial motivation and a long-term goal of we need to make sure that we're getting these numbers recorded accurately from the ISDs. And so that issue is one that we recognize, but we felt like it was important for us to take the first step of moving to an outcomes-based formula to begin with. With regard to whether or not this funding is fair, one of the challenges that we face is the current formula is solely based upon the number of students in a given consortial area. Not the number of students who are participating, not the number of credit hours that are being generated, not anything other than just strictly the number of available students who could be taking CTE. Our goal was to move toward more of an outcomes-based model where at least there was a recognition of consortia that are getting high numbers of students in or high percentages of number of students into CTE and that are being successful. It does change the dynamic for what we're doing, but it also is recognizing that there are some consortia that are doing better at getting higher percentages of their students involved than others. And yes, that does present challenges. There's no question about that. But by moving in that direction, we felt like we were at least going to be giving the consortia the opportunity to exceed their current parameters, exceed their current enrollments, and to show the growth that they have in potential and in actual numbers rather than simply this is what our pool of potential is. And so for that reason, we felt like this was the right road to go down. I don't see that there is a strong advantage in waiting until 2013. We worked with all of the consortia. I believe that there are 5 of the 26 consortia represented here today testifying. Others have provided written comments to the 2 proposals that were made. I think that we have understood exactly what the view of the different consortia are and what their recommendations and desires would be. We felt like this was the best recommendation we could make that would move, as the board has moved, from looking at an inputs-based formula funding model with community colleges and with universities to do the same thing with the Tech Prep consortia and moving to more of an outcomes-based model. There is still a core 35% of the formula funding that goes directly to every consortia, regardless of size or outputs or anything else, but it does shift to 65% based upon outcomes or other factors, including the same inputs that we have been using in the present model.
Thank you, McGregor. Commissioner, do you want to speak to the outcomes funding?
Well, as you know, we have been trying to move steadily towards outcomes-based funding and outcomes-based policies. My understanding is that the bulk of the consortia support what we're doing. They recognize its ultimate purposes. We've tried, as I understand the recommendation, we've tried to minimize the disruption by phasing this in over time. I think it's a good principle. It doesn't make any the current criteria. When I heard about the current criteria, I was surprised. It didn't seem that they made a lot of sense to me. To fund on the basis of the pool of potential students rather than to fund on the basis of participating students.
And if I may, Madam Chair, one final thing. In front of you, you have a chart that shows what the changes in funding would result to each of the individual consortia. The largest decrease in the first year phase-in would be less than 4%. And the largest increase would be a maximum of 5.1%. So, I mean, there's not a significant variation. It's significant, but it's not an exceedingly large variation.
In actual dollars, McGregor, how much would that be? 4% or 5%?
Sorry, I'm looking. So 3.7% at Coastal Bend would result in about $10,000 difference. Let's see.
About 3.59.
Oh, I'm sorry. And one of the largest increases would be 7.25%. Sorry. which would result in about $18,000 additional funding. So in terms of overall dollars, it's not a huge variation. In terms of some of the North Central Texas, I was trying to read Global Edge. Global Edge was a change of 4%, or I'm sorry, 1.3%, or $4,000.
He's misreading it. I
Oh,
think
you're basing it on 2010 allocation. It's not of the 2011 allocation. It's more than the percentages that you see. So if you look at these allocations, are last year's funds, not the funds we're currently getting now. So
Okay.
based on the funds we're currently getting now, this year's allocation in fiscal year 2011, that's where we are now.
We actually are using the real data from the performance indicators from 2009, which would have fed into 2010 formula.
If you base it on that, the percentage of change is a lot greater than 4% for any consortia that is losing money.
But that wouldn't actually... The one issue I'd like to make sure we point out is that these numbers are not set in stone. They're actually reflective of if at a given snapshot the current performance indicators would then generate these kind of dollars, so that for every consortia they have the opportunity to go out and encourage their students to enroll in tech prep programs, thereby changing their allocation of the pie. So this is merely a snapshot and doesn't really say exactly what the formula would produce.
But what the question seems to be is this snapshot using the most recent actual dollars?
It's actually using the most current performance indicators to generate the actual dollars. So it's not a division of the pie in the same sense as we're going to divide it up based on this year's money, based on 2 years ago performance indicators. So we tried to link the actual data to then give us the actual money amount.
Are these the 9 performance measures that were referred to earlier in the testimony?
Yes.
And what I heard, or what was implied, was that these 9 performance metrics were relatively recently adopted?
That's correct. They're federal performance indicators.
2006.
Have they been a part of the allocation process since then?
Never.
Okay, so we're measuring them, but we're not doing anything with them.
Correct. Other than the evaluations that we submit to the feds, all of the consortia submit that through the CAR report.
It's important to notice, Stacy was saying, as you move forward, just as with some of the funding we've proposed for the formula, organizations have the opportunity to change what they're doing to improve, increase the number of students involved at the level indicated in the performance measures. And so this is something that does, in fact, give organizations opportunity to change and move forward, as with virtually everything else we've been proposing.
McGregor, one of the things that was applied under either item 4 or 5A, I forget which, but was that the allocation formula has been static since 1999 and actually didn't align well with the statutory requirements. Can you or Stacy explain how the proposed change more closely aligns with statutory requirements?
Yes, actually, the statute is found in 61.854, and it actually says that there should be some reflection of rural and urban populations as well as other special populations, and in addition, the other factors decided by the board. So you have wide latitude.
And included in that is the number of tech prep programs and students. So it would include those PEIMS 3 students as being important in what the statute required.
That being the participating students.
Right.
I'm sorry?
That being the participating students.
Those
Yes, sir.
in the pool. So is that the biggest misalignment, if you will?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Very low weight.
Madam Chair,
Well,
just one question. I'm trying to understand a lot of this, digest it, but you said, I know our performance measurements for as far as the formula has not changed since 1999. but I know their allocations of funds have changed within the Tech Prep consortiums. I know 2 years ago, our consortium, along with another consortium, gave a larger percentage of the reallocation funds back to all the other consortiums simply because they said they needed more money. Yet we were giving them money back that they gave back to the state of Texas.
But the funding formula did not change.
I know the formula changed, but we as a consortium and a couple others have made those attempts to reallocate funds within our state so that other consortiums could get more money. But they're not using it, and they're turning it back in. And so I don't understand that. Now we're trying to make another formula change where we're going to give them more money when they're not using what they're getting. And I know as a large consortium, you take money away from us, we're going to serve less students. Where there's a big pot, we got 230,000 students, you boil that down, a large percentage are going to be Tech Prep students. There's going to be a larger portion of them across than the other areas of the state of Texas. You can increase percentages with a very small number change. But that don't mean you're meeting performance standards. And the Perkins 4 9 measurements, we've incorporated those. We know we're going to be measured about that, and every consortium is. So we're looking at the students. We want to reach the students. That's what it's all about. We don't need to lose funds and then cut our services and cut our programs and lose students.
But you do believe that accountability is important.
Absolutely.
And I guess what we're trying to do is trying to incorporate a measure of accountability and in performance-based funding, while at the same time continuing to recognize by including the number of high schools, the number of total students, just like the current formula uses, and the number of colleges with which the consortium works, as continuing input variables with which you all and your consortium would continue to be head and shoulders above the West and would continue to be funded under the formula much higher than most other consortia, while at the same time incorporating more of a focus on the number of CTE students and the number of programs that are in place, which does give us a stronger measure of accountability certainly than we've ever had before, while at the same time recognizing that there are variances between major urban population centers where you do have significant numbers of students, much more significant than the rural areas. But we still have to be able to recognize the outcomes that the rural areas are accomplishing in the same way that we do the urban areas are accomplishing. And under the current formula, the only thing we're recognizing is when the population shifts.
The only real-world result of what you're talking about here is we could have outstanding performance in West Texas, and Texas is going to go down the tubes because the vast majority of students won't be equally touched. You're not going to see staff increases. There aren't any staff increases.
No.
You're not seeing more work done by fewer people. That's not going to happen. If we don't keep the funding levels at least where they are now.
Excuse me, sir, if I may.
Hang on a second. If we see this blue area out here performing at a really high level and this other massive population area in here barely getting by today to achieve the expectations of Perkins, what do you think's going to happen when they get less money? This isn't brain surgery. This is just straightforward economics. It's not about politics. It's not about anything else. It's about where the money goes and how many students get the money. When I say students, I'm talking about the impact on the students. Just doesn't make economic sense.
If I may, under the current formula funding, 65% goes base across all 26 of the consortia. It seems to me that the argument that you're making is that under the current system, we're distributing funds based strictly on location, with no understanding of the population changes or anything like that. And I agree with you. Under the change that we're making, only 35%, we go from 5.2 million to 2.8 million, goes out to the individual consortia as base funding. So the remainder of it is based entirely on the key outcome measures of participation as well as the inputs that you're talking about. So rather than having 65% of base funding spread out all over the state, only 35% of that is going to be spread out all over the state as base funding, and the remainder can go to those areas where there is high population, high number of high schools, high number of programs, as well as success in getting CTE students in and out, and success in having those programs in place. So, I mean, to my way of thinking, the new formula actually does exactly what you're challenging us to do by ensuring that the distribution is based more on the outcome measures in the population centers than the present formula.
If I may, I'm not against having my performance-based formula by no means. But what I'm looking at is that my performance right now is very good. However, the performance indicators in this formula only count for 20%. And you're basing 40% of the formula on the PEAMS outcomes. And we know the PEAMS outcomes, which are the numbers of tech prep students who are enrolled in a tech prep program coded as 3. As a tech prep director, I have no influence other than to say, could you please code them correctly? I do not even see the results of the coding until long after it's come back. I'll get it a year later. So I have no idea what the snapshot is. I can't go back to the districts and say, you've made a mistake. Can I work with you on this? I won't know until after any mistakes are made. Anything's been done the following year. And then I've got to follow it up and kind of backtrack. So I've got my hands are tied when it comes to the number of CTE students I have in my consortium. I can't do anything about it.
You don't work with your ISDs
I do work with my ISDs.
On data coding?
We do talk about data coding. We go through that.
Doesn't that indicate that you do have an impact on them?
But I don't see what they're going to code.
And I understand that.
And
but going forward,
I don't know if they've made a mistake.
Okay.
I remember the year that the Plano School District with 7 high schools coded 7 students as having 7 tech prep students. And I didn't find out about it till the following year, and then they found out it was a case of not them knowing not how to code, but the person coding just made a mistake and didn't want to be bothered coding, making a difference between 2s and 3s.
But they do have an opportunity to fix that.
But
in October, and they have an opportunity.
But I don't see that until the following year. So they may be fixing their errors, but I don't see their errors until the following year. But I'm going to be held accountable with my funding.
If I may, I think what they've hit upon is the biggest issue that we have, and that is we do not have a statewide data collection system that really looks at who these students are and how they're coded. We're depending on students or the high school teachers or the PEAMS coder who is getting different information from the service centers, I can tell you. And then the directors go in and tell them what they've been told, and they say, no, that's not what we've been told, and we have to do what our agency tells us to do.
Well, I think we
that's the big issue.
We understand these issues, and as has been mentioned, that's an area that over the time period when this starts, that we're going to work very hard on trying to help you get that information. Now, really, if you all would just let the board members discuss this and then answer questions if you're asked. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, first a clarification. Are we being asked to approve as a committee the formula change, or are we being asked to recommend it to the board for adoption?
My feeling is that we should do the latter, given the all there is to consider and the length of time we've had this in front of us.
What's the intent of the motion?
What's been posted?
This is still the public hearing.
We're still in the public hearing.
We're still in the public hearing.
I'm sorry, I guess we moved on from the public hearing. So the intent of the motion was to accept the recommendation of the staff for the revision to the formula funding and send to the board.
And send it to the board.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, in other words, this is not necessarily our last bite at the apple if there are tweaks or concerns to address. Let me ask one more question, if I may. What I'm not entirely clear on is the change in the allocation where 65% is proposed to be based on outcomes or more performance-based data. How closely does that align with the 9 performance measures that the consortia and we have been tracking since 2006?
I believe under the revised formula, 20% is based entirely on the federal performance measures.
Those 9 measures we're talking about are federal measures?
Yes, sir. They're the ones that are included in the federal statute for Perkins Tech Prep.
That's 20%.
And then there are other measures that are part of.
Let me get really splitting hairs with you. Is that 20% of the 65?
20% of the total.
20% of the total. Okay, so that leaves another 45.
No. I'm sorry, 20% of the 65. I stand corrected.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's 13%.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead and
break down. Keep going.
Go ahead, Stacey.
Run down the rest of the
Okay.
Well, here we go. Okay, so 25% is based upon CTE enrollment, PEIMS 2 and 3. 5% is based upon the number of colleges in the consortium.
Sorry, and back up to 25%. You said it's based on CTE enrollment, PEIMS 2 and 3?
Correct.
But 2 might or might not be.
Correct, and that was based upon the kind of accommodation that we made with the various consortia because they felt like they couldn't rely on PEIMS 3, and this was as close of an approximation as we get at this point.
Okay. And so will you repeat that second one again? 5%
for the number of colleges, 15% for the number of high schools, 15% for the percent of regional tech prep based solely on PEIMS 3. So in other words, you've got the total number of students recorded under PEIMS 3 as being CTE divided by the total number of students, and that's the percentage. 20% on the performance indicators, the federal performance indicators. 10% on the total population in the secondary schools in the consortium, which is what we're using now as the base for our funding.
The whole 65?
Correct. Yes, ma'am. And 10% on post-secondary CTE enrollment.
And that data comes from the HIEs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
IHEs.
Thank you. Health information exchange is where I was going.
So, McGregor, when you look at that breakdown, I mean, I've heard, listening to all the arguments, I mean, I'm hoping what I'm hearing is no objection to measuring performance, because I think in this board that's been a huge focus and will continue to be a focus. And what I've been hearing mostly the argument is data integrity, you know. And when I look at the breakdown of this, which of these areas is impacted the most by where we think there might be softness in data integrity?
Yeah, the 25% for CTE, the 15% for percent regional tech prep, and the 20% for performance indicators.
Wow. What about the 10% for the, or do you get good data?
The post-secondary, we have good data.
You have good data. Okay.
And you've tried to bridge the gap on the 25% by including PEIMS 2 and 3.
Correct.
Is what you've done.
And then tried not to accommodate it by including PEIMS 3 as we calculate the percent of regional tech prep to try and use that as an encouragement.
Good participation number.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And then the federal data, the federal performance indicators, we don't have a choice. That's what the federal data uses is PEIMS 3. Correct.
The measurements don't. This is proposed to start in 2012. Now, are you looking at retrospective data, as was indicated here? So, when would they have time to increase their enrollment in CTE in order to affect the numbers that are at least projected as they are today? Does that make sense?
In the spring, primarily would be the first, and then
spring
for
of
CTE.
2011.
Correct. And then CTE numbers, well, even that wouldn't be. So we've already got the numbers that we would use for formula funding for 2012. They would be based upon the 2010 numbers, right? because we wouldn't have 2011 data in time to do 2012 formula funding. That's what we're trying to do today.
Okay, and so that would be based at 25%. Those seed numbers are pretty good.
Yes.
It's years 2 and 3 that really have an opportunity to affect change, that these guys have an opportunity to affect change, and therefore change the projections.
And to work with the ISDs and with us and TEA on doing a better job of recording PEIMS 3.
I suppose it's a federal regulation that we use the PEIMS data.
It is, and we've been submitting PEIMS 3 data to the feds as part of the performance indicators, and so this is something that we do need to get a handle on. If the consortia are not comfortable with the PEIMS 3 data, and we're still using that as what we're submitting to the feds, we need to do a better job of working with the ISDs and getting that recorded accurately so that we are submitting accurate data to the feds as well.
We need to work with the ISDs or TEA?
Both.
Well, I would think maybe we should put together some sort of task force to get this worked out before the implementation day.
We will be working on it as soon as we get approval from the board that this is where we're going.
But, I mean, I don't think people here would be comfortable just loosely working on it. We need to make sure that we're going to improve the process.
Be happy to do whatever you would like.
All right. Members, did I see a question? No? Whit, did you have other questions?
No, I agree with you, Madam Chair. I agree 100% with the proposal. My concern is 60% of this is tied to the threes, and I just think that we should be able to, the board, I mean, I don't want, personally, I agree 100% with the recommendation to go to performance-based. I just think we've got to make sure that we can assure that we've got a much higher percentage on data integrity to make sure we're measuring it correctly.
And the challenge is going to be the fact that we don't have control over that data, and that it is local ISDs and individual people there at the ISD, many of whom are high turnover, who are responsible for recording that data accurately and having in place the appropriate level of training for those folks to make sure they understand how to code them differently, is going to be something that has to be undertaken not only from TEA but also locally. And that's going to be the biggest challenge in terms of ensuring that we have better data. And that's what we have committed to working toward.
I had a question. Based on I was struck that there's some disagreement about what steps we can take to make sure the data are coded accurately. One of the things that we should do before we bring this to the entire board is talk to all the consortia and find out which ones are having the most success, what kinds of safeguards they put into place to assure the highest level of accuracy in recording data. And then we should make sure that becomes a common practice around the state.
Great.
Or maybe we could have the consortia certify the data.
I'd like to make a comment on that. I don't disagree with that, but how much of that is our role in terms of managing that at that level, in terms of within the school districts, to ensure that they have the right trained personnel to fill out the forms accurately and correctly?
Just assume they don't.
Well, we just assume they don't, but is it our responsibility to monitor?
No, we wouldn't be managing anything, Dr. Golden. We'd simply be identifying best practices and disseminate that information to the other consortia so they would have that.
I had the ultimate responsibility of making sure that I was going to secure the necessary funds to make sure that I was going to be able to do what I wanted to do with this money. And I'd take it up on myself to make sure that these people that were working under my auspices were properly trained and were doing their job. If they weren't, then I would be monitoring them on a regular basis if it threatened the possibility of my funding would be reduced.
But see, that's the problem.
Identifying best practices.
They don't work for these people. They work for the ISD. And really, I have to
ISD's
tell you,
gonna
one
be
of the
open.
reasons I'm on this board is because I spent a whole summer going through stolen PEMS data. I had to really basically steal it to get it because they didn't want you to have it there. Obviously, somebody gave it to me, so they thought I was okay. So I really, really know where you're coming from, and I think the natural outcome of this would be for all of you to put pressure on the system to perform right. And I understand the lag, too. I understand that.
May I say that it's not like these directors and the others in this group have not worked with the ISDs.
Oh, I know.
It's that they're getting mixed messages on what, number one, what we didn't even have a definition of a tech prep student across the state. It was the same.
When was that?
When was that?
I've been in tech prep for 14 years. We've always had a definition of tech prep student.
You may have in the Panhandle, but when we did all site-based, it has not always been the same across the state.
It's a state.
Isn't it a federal
Or state?
But then again, you're getting mixed messages at the local level, and it's not that we have not worked on it and our coordinators have not worked on it. They have worked with the school districts. They don't have control over that. So don't think it's something that they've ignored. They have not.
We have PowerPoints, we've got booklets, we've got information on our websites. We do this over and over again. My own data collection, and it's completely different than what they report as PEMS. I give that to the districts each year. We still don't have it.
We need to work on a process where y'all certify the data somehow or other. But Ms. Bursett, did you have a
I would just like to state that I've watched several consortia with low PEMS numbers, and right here we've got 9.8% of all of the 230,000 students in Dallas participate in tech prep programs. But I've watched consortia that focus a great amount of their time getting their PEMS numbers up and have had much success in doing so. But it's relationship building, it's being out at those schools, and I'm not saying all data is correct any more than any of the rest of your data is 100% correct. But this data can become a lot more accurate. I do think we need to work very closely with TEA. We have that commitment from the coordinating board to do so. So I think when we back off on the very one thing that proves accountability, then we are kind of scratching the whole formula.
And there is always more attention to the data when dollars flow from it. I can assure you of that. And, and it's more likely that internal auditors from the districts will look at it. They're all kind. That still doesn't guarantee it, but the experience with all our data is that when dollars flow, there's a great deal more attention to the accuracy.
So it seems to me that y'all, when you set aside the fact that those who lose money always oppose the change and those who gain money always support it, you ignore that. You guys have really raised two cogent issues. One is the integrity of the data, and the other is that the initial change in allocation seems more detrimental to the denser, more urban areas than the slower growth areas, and certainly those migration charts are a good picture of that. So I think we as a board, since we believe that performance-based funding and funding for results is the direction that we're recommending in all areas of higher education or post-secondary education, is we need to help define a process in which we can reach some level of reasonable confidence in data integrity. Now, that isn't going to happen overnight, but nor does it, to us at this point, make sense to say, well, let's just kick it down the road and study it another 2 years. My experience has been when you do that, we're right back here hearing the same arguments in 2 years because we're just postponing the debate. Having said that, I want to see if we can't help define a process that you guys can have some confidence in terms of building data integrity. It strikes me that the argument regarding the flow of dollars to the most dense of urban areas of consortia, and there are 12 who apparently initially lose allocation and 14 who gain. There are 10 we didn't get any responses from, and of the other 15 or 16, they were spread about evenly across the choices. So you can see our initial feedback is kind of like, okay, it sounds pretty much up to us. I would submit that the point of the phasing in over 3 years is it gives those districts that are losing funding the time to adjust your policies to hopefully get in place better data, because as larger urban areas, you should have greater leverage, greater opportunity on controlling that 65% allocation. Now, granted, back to the first point, we're concerned that 60% of that 65%, which is 39%, is based on data that we don't have confidence in today. You raised some good points. In fact, McGregor, really, you restated Janet's concern about how those things get coded. And so I think, just me personally, that seems to be where we need to focus. Because if we think that the phasing in is providing enough time, then the larger urban consortia should have time to affect their policies and not suffer the projected losses based on static behavior in years 2 and 3.
If we delayed a vote on this, what do you call it? Is that what you call it?
Postpone.
Postpone.
To a definite time.
Okay. Could you work a little more on this process so that when we present this to the whole board, we won't go through this whole thing again?
In terms of what steps we were going to take to try and encourage improvement on the data integrity, certainly.
And Dr. Phillips, it occurs to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems that though the TEA provides the data, we could put in some parameters in terms of numbers that come in to say this seems to fall with that realm that we need to follow up with TEA because these numbers don't make sense. Example of the 7 that you stated, that should stand out. And I think we could put, even though we don't collect the data, we use the data, and we could at least identify obvious things like that and follow up directly with TEA. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So we could commit to doing that right now. That would hit the obvious problems.
Let me just say before anyone is inspired to make a motion that we don't very often get to tell you all in the tech prep community how much we appreciate all you've done in the last couple of decades getting this launched, and it's tremendously important to our state, and we're totally dedicated to it, and we sure wish we had $80 million instead of $8 million. I can tell you that. And we know you need more money. So we'll help you fight your cause.
Two brief comments.
Inspiration brewed anywhere.
Madam Chair?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, two brief comments. It's terrific to see Austin working. It's terrific to see stakeholders in education, all of them sitting around a table trying to figure out some very difficult answers. Okay. Secondly, in our North Central Tech Prep Consortium, when we knew Perkins 4 was coming, we realigned all of our strategic plans to be focused on the 9 goals. Everything we do, everything the consortium director and sector folks do is around those accountability. We don't do anything, nothing, that it doesn't relate back to every one of those things. If you take resources away from us now, trying to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, it just slows that process down.
About those non-performance indicators, every one of them is driven by PEAMS 3. So if we don't get the PEAMS 3 data corrected, then everything that you're doing is not going to be accurate either.
Absolutely.
And so I'm all for just having the data correct.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Thank you.
How about a statewide database?
Madam Chair, I move to postpone, given the discussions regarding data integrity and the Commissioner's suggestion, or David Gardner's suggestion, to further look into TEA and see how we can bridge those gaps on fortifying our data collection and all that good stuff, so we can support some of their work.
Postpone until
board meeting. Our next board meeting.
What date of the board meeting?
Date of the board meeting? January 27th.
Until January 27th.
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a second?
What's that accomplish?
Second.
Second. All in favor of postponing?
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, is the public comment period on this still open? I wasn't.
I don't think so.
Sorry. No, I didn't mean the public hearing. I mean, is there, in terms of getting feedback, is that period closed? Public commentary. Does this period come to an end?
Yeah, well, for that particular...
Are you going to post them and get feedback?
No.
Because it's up to the board.
That is not required. We had sent it out several times for feedback from them.
Okay, I just didn't know if we were in the 35 day period.
Yes, sir.
I'm okay with a yes or no answer on this one.
Madam Chair, I would also recommend that for the board meeting that we get package this out to the board for them to study it, understand it, because you're seeing it for the first time.
We will
three board members who are not here today, so I think that's really important.
And before we get along any further, I'd like to personally thank all of the Tech Prep folks for all of the work that went into this. There were multiple meetings, day-long meetings, where we were discussing the performance indicators and the mechanism that we were going to use for formula funding, and they all very much were heavily participated in, and Stacy and her staff did a wonderful job of working with them, so I very much appreciate that.
They were involved in defining the different weights of the 65%.
Absolutely. We sat in meetings with spreadsheets going, okay, what if we change this number? What if we change that number?
Great. Well, thanks for all that work, getting us ever onward in performance funding. Are we ready for item 5B? This is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to the request for applications and the allocation of the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act funds to colleges and consortia for basic and tech prep grants for 2011-2012. McGregor?
Thank you very much. This is just the request for applications for all of our career, tech prep and basic grants under Perkins, so that we can get those put it ahead. We usually do this in April, correct?
Well, we're asking for the approval to allow us to go ahead and publish,
Start the process.
Start the process, and then ask for authorization for the commissioner to award the grants based on the formula pending the receipt of funding from the TEA. And that usually comes to you all in July.
What we're trying to do is shorten the process. At present, a lot of times we get down to the end of August and are really sweating whether or not all of the approvals are going to be in place through us and through TEA for the allocations, and the community colleges get very nervous waiting to see if everything's going to be approved. It always is, but it makes for some very challenging days in there, especially if it runs on into the 1st of September with the new fiscal year. By going ahead and doing the approval this way, and then getting approval for the commissioner based upon the formula that you're approving, not for tech prep, but, well, not only for tech prep, but also for basic. That way, we don't have to wait for the July board meeting for you all to make the final approval before we send it on to TEA as our recommendation as a sub-recipient. So that'll be down the road, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on what we're trying to move toward. These basic grants, the basic grants are strictly what we normally do. There's no change in how we're doing the basic grants. It's based upon the number of students in career technical education who are on Pell, and it is strictly a flat calculation that we do based upon data from the community colleges and for the basic grants, and then the tech prep formula would be whatever is ultimately approved by the board.
And what percentage does TEA have of this, and what percentage do we have?
TEA has 70% of the Perkins basic funding that goes to the high schools. The coordinating board has 30% that goes through the community colleges. And that was a decision that was made by the State Board of Education 2 years ago to change from a 60-40 split to a 70-30 split. And that's something that has also come up in the legislature as an issue for discussion.
Okay, very good. Questions or discussion? we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Flip moves, Elaine seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 5C, consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to a request for applications regarding the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act to fund eligible applicants for state leadership activities for 2011-2012.
Thank you. These are the state leadership grants, about $2.3 million that we're going to be putting out for application. The FY 2011 grants focused on 4 of the major issues of closing the gaps: the accelerated plan, nursing and healthcare, STEM, student-centered success, and then other special projects that needed ongoing state funding, such as our work with the Workforce Education Course Manual and a variety of other topics like the Starling. Based upon this, going forward for FY 2012, we will be focusing on similar accelerated closing the gaps goals, just as we have done on this area, and the leadership grants will address the criteria as you can see on the evaluation. I'm sorry, 2.7 million, not 2.3. And we'll be going forward with those efforts starting as soon as we have approval in FY 12.
Any questions? Discussion? Motion?
So moved.
Second. Wallace moves, Elaine seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Am I violating some rule by not saying all opposed? Because I can see them. I can see them. I thought it might speed things up a little. Okay. Good. Item 5D, consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to the reallocation of the unused fiscal year 2010 Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act funds for use in program year 2010 to 11. McGregor.
Thank you very much. As we do every year, once we have the final financial reckoning at the end of the fiscal year, so from FY10, we had the remaining funds of $2.13 million in basic grants that came back from the institutions or from our own administrative funds, as well as $360,000 in Tech Prep Consortia funds that came back in as well. What we do is we reallocate those funds using the same formulas that were used in the FY10 year, and they will be pushed back out to the institutions, distributed through the formulas, and in the same manner. Basic grants going to the community colleges, Tech Prep funds going to the consortia. And so this is just a reallocation, a redistribution that's authorized under the federal legislation and under TEA rule. And this allows the funds to be expended in the following fiscal year.
Any discussion? Questions?
Move to approve.
Elaine moves to approve. Any seconds? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Is Dr. Kenneth Shine in the audience?
He is not.
He's not?
Not yet.
Okay. Item 5E, consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the Committee for Approval of Texas A&M Kingsville's application for the University Funding for Excellence in Specific Programs and Fields Incentive Award. McGregor, do you have some introductions for us?
I do indeed. If the folks from Kingsville would come up, and for some reason, I don't have everyone's name. Dr. Alan Rasmussen is the Dean of the College of Agriculture and Wildlife Sciences.
Dick and Mary Lewis Clayburgh, College of Agriculture and Natural Resources.
Natural Resources. Thank you very much, sir. I apologize. Fred Bryant is the director of the Cesar Kleberg Wildlife Research Institute, and Sandra Garcia is the executive director of the Office of Research and Sponsored Programs.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got too many things floating around over here. This program is the first of its kind coming forward through HB 51's creation of the University Funding for Excellence in Specific Program and Fields Incentive Awards. As I said, this is a basis of HB 51 that is intended to provide recognition of excellence at institutions which are emerging research or research institutions to show areas of excellence within those institutions. In order to qualify for the award, the institution has to submit an application to the coordinating board and have external reviewers come in and evaluate the program for competitiveness at the national level. The evaluation process is lengthy and involves looking at the 18 characteristics of the program, which is what we use to evaluate doctoral programs on a regular basis. And then the consultants and staff member visited on September 1st through the 3rd to evaluate the criteria. From that external site review, the consultants recommended and concluded that they have achieved national excellence at the Kleberg Wildlife Institute and the Wildlife Science programs. From that recommendation, the coordinating board is obligated to, by the statute, to make a recommendation to the legislature for funding level for an award of excellence. Based upon the recommendation from the external consultants and with discussion among the staff here, we recommended a one-time grant of $500,000. There can be only one recognition of this type at the institution, and as I said, A&M Kingsville was the very first to submit for this and to apply for this, and so we developed the procedures and have worked through this process. But I would like to recognize the members from A&M Kingsville here, and if it would be all right with you, give them an opportunity to at least...
Yeah, we'd love to hear a little bit about your program.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Committee, we really appreciate this opportunity, primarily to represent the students and the faculty from the Institute. And it was quite a process to go through. We really appreciate working with the coordinating board and Ms. Keston as we went through developing the criteria that was set up for the evaluation. But we have done an amazing job, we think, with the students and the faculty that are there, and they've continued to go forward. We just handed out, this is our annual report for the Institute, so that is just the annual report of what's going on this year. With that, I turn it over to Dr. Bryant, who's the director of the Institute.
Thank you, and thank you for having us here today. We're going to thank the legislature for creating this award. We wish they'd have put some money in the bank. That would have helped. But Lucy was great to work with. I tell you sent us a great staff member who kept us well guided and gave us the leadership we needed and bounced around with us on ranch roads in hot South Texas. She was great. And the administration at A&M Kingsville shares our vision and has for years and supported us over 25, 28 years. I'm very proud of what we've been able to accomplish. We work out of 50-year-old buildings, outdated labs, outdated equipment in the heart of the South Texas brush country. So when your big schools, UT, A&M, Tech, Houston, come whine to you that they need resources and buildings and money, you point to our program and tell them it can be done at a small, struggling little school on the Texas coast. I guess the question how we did it, and we've got tremendous support from the administration, Sandra's office, the president, but from private landowners in South Texas. We have the largest endowment of any wildlife program at any university in the nation, with the exception of the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. That speaks to the tribute and the spirit of the people that gave to us. We built an $8 million research park, 100% private funding. So the people that support us, it's a tribute to them, and I can't say enough about our supporters. But the Higher Education Coordinating Board deserves a lot of credit here. You don't build a program like this without a PhD program. You can't do it. And the Coordinating Board had the vision in 1994 or 5 to approve a PhD program for us, and it probably wouldn't happen today, to be my guess. So I want to thank you, your committee, and all you do for Texas and helping folks like us try to get ahead. Thank you very much.
Well, this is really exciting, and I want to tell you that I'm going to nominate you for the Nobel Prize if you can get rid of the feral pig.
We're working on it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, if you'll notice in about the middle, it's in there. But the other thing, since they didn't provide funding from the state legislature, we did pass out an envelope in each one of the envelopes. If you would like to help, we would be more than
miss an
appreciative.
opportunity.
That's right.
And Madam Chair, the next step after this, if the board approves this in January, would be that we would forward a letter of recommendation for funding for this project through to the leadership in the legislature and the governor's office.
Okay. Ms. Garcia, did you?
No, I just want to commend both these individuals on a great job and a great program. When I got there, I was just really excited about all the research that was going on, the students and faculty. It is really, indeed, a great program there in Kingsville.
That makes you want to go back to school.
We're accepting applications.
That's great.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
McGregor, the HB 51 provided for either one-time $500,000 or $1 million?
I think that it didn't specify. I can't remember.
Or did it define a pool of money for the 26 institutions?
No, it didn't specify. It said that the coordinating board shall make a recommendation to the legislature for the amount of funding. Isn't that right, Kev? So we had kind of carte blanche and a big spread, and we recommended $500,000 based upon what we felt like was a realistic amount, but yet one that could have a significant positive impact on the program and on the opportunities for them to continue forward.
I do recall that they authorized a certain level of recommendation but didn't fund it, as was pointed out earlier. So, but this is, I was just going to make a comment that this is exactly the kind of excellence in academics and research that HB 51 wanted to recognize among our other 26 comprehensive institutions, or I guess it's 29 now, that weren't specifically part of the emerging research program at HB 51. And I'm really proud that the first one is one from South Texas, and I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that I know at least a couple of three Clayburgh family members did go to College Station, but they've certainly been an enormous part of the heritage of the Coastal Bend and the Brush Country, and particularly this research center. So I don't think it could go to a better program as our first initial recommendation.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Very impressive.
I
Yes, sir.
have one quick question. What amount of extramural funding are you all getting these days?
We're about, it varies from $3.5 to $5 million a year.
Okay. And mostly from what sources?
State, federal grants.
Right, and a lot of private foundations. The whole college is looking at about $7.5 million. We do have a citrus center, and so they bring quite a bit of money from the USDA. But most of the money that comes to CKW is through private foundation money. Quite a bit of money.
We're running right now about 40% federal funds, and the rest is divided in state and private.
Texas Parks and Wildlife, USDA, are some of the state and federal agencies, but we do get a lot of private support. We wake up every day worrying about wildlife for people who ranch and live there, or live in Houston and wish they lived in South Texas.
Or live in Houston,
at least in the
spend
winter
their money in South Texas.
Exactly.
Let's not forget this is about economic development.
Absolutely.
Most of the ranchers I know make as much or more on their hunting leases than they do on the cattle.
That's 100% correct.
They're preserving wildlife, Fred.
Hunting is the best form of conservation.
I'd like to make a positive comment. I'm impressed with the fact that you guys are, the amount of private different monies that y'all have secured. That's always impressive when you come to a board and ask for help. And it's good that we can offer that. But you just don't have your hand out. You've come having done your homework, involved in a project that I think will have a statewide economic impact, not just in South Texas, but across the entire state probably. Information and research that y'all are doing down there is something that could disseminate all over the state. renewable resource, unlike a lot of the other resources that we're depleting on a day-by-day basis. But I'm always impressed when you come in and say we've got $8 million facilities, maybe not state-of-the-art, but they're doing a pretty good job, and we've secured those on our own. Job well done.
You're nice to say that. We generate $17 for every dollar the state gives us.
Awesome.
You know, that's a pretty good return, and I think agencies like this, as well as the state legislature, needs to really, really look at that. Dollar for dollar, when you can put a dollar in and get $17 out, I wish I could get that kind of return on my money.
Well, we do try to capitalize on every opportunity that comes our way and take advantage of it.
It's innovative, it's creative, it's inspiring to me to see. I just got this today, and the first thing I'm going to do is go home and read it. I love the picture, by the way.
And there's an envelope in there, Dr.
That's right.
That's how we get to 17, but they're a little small every time.
This is impressive and well done.
McGregor, real quick question. The external reviewers also indicated that the $500,000 was a good investment.
I think they actually came back with a recommendation for about $1 million.
Okay.
Was it between 500,000 and $1 million? Is that?
Okay.
I think they said between 500,000 and $1 million.
We'll take the $1 million.
Send them the envelope.
Well, I'll tell you what, anytime you can get a $17 return on a dollar investment, I'd certainly support it. A little more if we could do it. That's someone else's decision.
If I may, Madam Chair, congratulations. And not only is it inspiring to us, but we hope that you all will be an inspiration to all your sister and colleague campuses out there, because this is exactly what we should be doing in higher ed. So congratulations. Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Elaine and Dennis, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Okay, agenda item 5F, 1 through 3. Consideration of adopting the staff recommendations to the committee relating to requests for a new degree program. 5F1 is a request from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in mechanical engineering. McGregor?
Thank you very much. UTSA has proposed the addition of a PhD in mechanical engineering to their engineering program. They have developed a joint effort with the Southwest Research Institute to combine not only faculty and to have an opportunity to give their students some additional on-the-job training through Southwest Research Institute, which will give them a competitive advantage over students in other programs. Starting this program is going to be a challenge in terms of the competitiveness of the existing programs, and working together with Southwest Research Institute, we believe that it will give them an opportunity to be successful and to move forward. Based upon that, we did recommend approval of this program and feel like they can move forward with their proposal.
Madam Chair, you might indicate that Dr. Agarwal is in the audience.
And if I may, Dr. Dorothy Flanagan, the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Molly Agarwal, the Dean of the College of Engineering, and Dr. Stathis Michaelides, Robert F. McDermott, Chair of Mechanical Engineering, is here as well.
Great, welcome. Do you have questions or discussion?
Just a comment, much like our last presenters that were inspiring to other colleague campuses, I think this is another program where industry and academia is coming together to strengthen this PhD program in innovative ways. So commend all them for thinking outside the proverbial box and making this linkage happen, which is a credible accomplishment for the school.
And I might comment that in relation to another matter that is coming up to this board or this committee in a little while, the UTSA graduation rates have been climbing steadily.
Absolutely, great. Further discussion? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dennis.
Second.
Second by Elaine. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Oops, nope, right. Agenda item 5F2 and 3 were on the consent calendar.
Congratulations.
Agenda item 5G, H, I, J, and K were on the consent calendar. Agenda agenda item 5L, discussion of the status of the United States Department of Education list of accreditors. Gregor?
And this was just remaining on here from the September committee meeting. You had asked that we leave it on there. The Department of Education is still reviewing their efforts with regard to the for-profit sector, and we do not have anything new to report at this time.
Okay. Are they? Is there any information coming out on that, or is it just pending?
I think it's just pending at this point. As we're moving forward, there are some additional rules that have been proposed, but at this time, nothing final.
Okay. Thank you. We'll keep waiting for that. The next agenda item is lunch. Do you all
move to approve? Oh, I'm sorry. Just kidding.
You haven't even tried it yet. How do you know if you approve?
What's the consensus? Keep going?
Keeps going.
All right. No lunch. Yeah. Agenda item 5N, a consideration of recommendation to the board for approval of construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. First one is the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston, reapproved repair to the healthcare buildings and the Ike Recovery Program. And Mr. Schreiner, are you here? Mr. Mike Schreiner?
I'm looking around and I'm not seeing him.
Okay. I bet you he didn't think we were going to do this till after lunch, which you would expect. I think we should reconsider our...
Move it out of order?
Let's see, who do we have?
Okay.
Sol Ross.
Let's see who's here. Are the Sol Ross folks here?
A&M is here. Virgil Gay is here. So if we want to take...
Are you all Sol Ross? Oh, okay.
Sol Ross is here.
All right, we will... Do I need a movement to take this out of order? To take something out of order, do I need a motion? Okay. Elaine, did you make that?
Sure. I move that we take it out of order.
Okay. Elaine moves that we take agenda item... Okay, so we just skip this one then?
Move it out of order.
We're going to take agenda item 501 out of order, and I need a second.
Second.
Second vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Wow, that was a lot of rigmarole. Okay. Now, we will consider agenda item 501, consideration of Sol Ross University's reapproval to renovate and expand the Turner Range Animal Science Center. And Mr. Graves, Vice Chancellor for Contract Administration, and you are all here, Mr. Cesario Valenzuela, Mr. Jim Klaus. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be addressing you before lunch.
Nice of you to be here.
Thank you. We're here as the, and we do have a PowerPoint up there as well. We're here asking for your reapproval of a project that was originally approved a little over 8 years ago. This is a reapproval application that has resulted from the facility audit program, whereby all of the public higher ed institutions are helping each other by auditing our coordinating board application process. And in that process, it was discovered that this project had inadvertently not been brought back to you for reapproval after it exceeded the approved amount by more than 10%. And I'll get into the reason why that mistake occurred here in a moment. But as you can see from the PowerPoint, this is the Turner Range Animal Science project, which was completed in 2007. The delta in the dates from the notice to proceed in 2002 and the substantial completion 2007 was due in large part to the fact that the contractor for the project early on notified us that it would not be completing the project, and it went into default. We wound up dealing with a surety. That increased the time and also increased the costs, which is one of the reasons for the cost overrun. But the total project cost did wind up being just a shade over $6.5 million. It was funded from partly from TRB proceeds and also from TEEF money. If I could have the next slide, please. This gives you just a basic timetable for what happened on the project. It does mention that our contractor defaulted voluntarily, and that took us some additional time and also fees, particularly to keep the architect engaged for the additional period of time. The reason for the confusion that led to I think led to the oversight in applying for reapproval was that at the system level, this project was part of a single contract involving two projects, the Turner Range Animal Science Center and the Warnock Science Building. And for approval purposes at the system level, that approval was done in a single contract. That single contract was not exceeded by 10%. And so it was not immediately apparent that this project, which was a portion of that contract and was a separate project for coordinating board purposes, did go more than 10% over, whereas the two projects combined in the single contract went over by less than 1%. So that doesn't absolve us from the requirement of coming back to you, but it does explain one of the reasons why that was overlooked. Can I have the next slide, please? This is simply a depiction of how the costs on the project wound up exceeding the original approved cost and how that excess was funded. It was funded from transfers from other TRB projects and earnings from TRB bond proceeds. The revenue bond that was used to fund this project was intended to fund a series of renovations, and so it was possible to use that funding to fund the excess on this particular project. Next slide, please. This slide, somewhat tediously but hopefully effectively, shows that the two projects combined. This is basically explaining how the oversight was made. Both projects had a combined budget of $14,750,000. The total cost under that contract wound up being $14,964,000, which obviously is a small overrun. And since it did not trigger reapproval at the system level, the oversight occurred to come back to the coordinating board for approval. With that, I do have Mr. Valenzuela from Sol Ross, who is the Vice President for Finance, and Jim Klaus, who is the Chief Facility Person there, and any of us would be glad to answer your questions.
Well, that was a very clear explanation, one of the first ones of these I've ever understood.
Well, thank you very much. You've made my day.
Do we have other silly comments or questions?
Needless to say, we've discussed internally, and I know the university has discussed, being sensitive to this particular issue should it ever arise in this context again, so that we don't wind up making the same oversight.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Wallace moves.
Second.
Dennis seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thanks very much.
Thank you all very much.
Virgil, there you are. Agenda item 502 is for Texas A&M University to renovate Olson Field. And the next project is also for Texas A&M University to reapprove the renovation in addition to the Memorial Student Center at University Complex.
All right.
Welcome, Virgil.
All right, thank you very much. We're seeking the approval for Olson Field renovation at Texas A&M University. I'll show the project data slide. Got it? Olson Field is the men's varsity baseball Stadium, and it's located on the A&M West Campus on Olson Drive, just north of George Bush. The project's a major modification of the stadium to include renovation work on existing spaces and new construction of additional space. This slide shows the particular data about the project, including the funding. The total project budget is $24 million. The funding is divided into various sources that are shown here, and the current completion date for the project is February of 2012. For the stadium plan slide, thank you. The project will include new baseball operations facilities. It's going to include a new home locker and training areas, widening concourses and additional restrooms and concession stands. It's going to improve the seating in the lower bowl, including premium club seats and new premium club seats at the field level. There'll be 2 field level suites and 8 suites at the press level with club access. And we'll have berm seating at the right and the left field lines. Field lighting upgrades and new exterior facade wrapping around the outside of the stands, along with a new front entry plaza to the project. This slide indicates in red the areas of new construction, as you can see, which are located on the north and south sides of the existing stadium structure. This is a view of the new exterior facade around the south of the stadium. And the project meets all applicable coordinating board standards with the exception of building efficiency. Now, the total gross square footage of the renovated stadium contains a significant amount of unassignable space when you consider the seating area, widened concourse area, and the restrooms/concession areas. This large amount of unassignable space, which is typical of a stadium-type facility, drives the ratio of the gross square foot to the net assignable square footage to well below that normally expected in a typical building. The project was approved by the A&M System Board of Regents at the $24 million budget at our regular meeting on December 2nd, 2010. Are there any questions on this project?
I just have a question on your source of funds, just because it's not completely clear to me. Can you give me the breakdown a little bit on the $10.9 million, why you have gifts, donations in here twice? I just don't understand that.
Yeah, you want to talk about that, Dan? Source.
Thank you.
Dan Kennedy, our planner, works through a lot of our financial divisions on it. Primarily, we did have a major gift from Bluebell, part of which $3 million was for actually some work on the stadium, and another part, I think $4 million was to come later, was for deferred maintenance and maintenance items out into the future. That was a portion of it.
Well, I think the gift donations are broken into 2 parts, one of which is cash on hand, the gifts that we have on hand, and the other are pledges and things that will come in to be used to retire bonds. So the gifts will fund those the $10 million worth of bonds that we use to retire the debt service on the bonds. Then the other gifts listed are cash on hand, gifts actually in the bank that we have.
Okay, so the gifts, donations under the bonds are actually just pledged donations
Right,
towards.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion?
The Regents' approval is still
Yes,
pending?
no, we have received for all of these.
Okay, I'm
It's
sorry.
a timing issue. All of the Board of Regents approvals have come in now.
Okay.
They submit their projects 80 days before the board meeting, and a lot of the board meetings for the individual institutions are in that time frame.
Great, just wanted clarification. Thank you.
I just want to add, just to jump on something that Dr. Golden said earlier. I very much appreciate the effort that the university went to in soliciting private donations to take care of a lot of your wish list, and I just think that's terrific and a great sign of the support of your community and your alums. So,
thank you.
Virgil, where is this on your, I forgot what we call it, master plan? Where is it listed on the list?
11th out of 27.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that's in here somewhere. I just couldn't find it. Okay.
I know this is kind of probably an elementary question, but I'm asking anyway. What role does this stadium play in your master plan? I mean, it's obviously a stadium for athletic purposes, but is it intramural sports, or is it? I mean, it's a stadium.
It was largely going to be for the baseball program.
For baseball, okay. That's all I need to know. I'm not very familiar with the A&M campus.
Yes.
This is the varsity baseball field, the primary field.
Further discussion? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Wallace, seconded by Elaine. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay. Motion passes. Well, not everybody voted, so that is okay. Now we go to the Memorial Center.
All right. As you know, the coordinating board approved the Texas A&M Memorial Student Center and University Complex renovation project in April of 2009 at a budget of $100 million. The university has now identified funding to add additional items of work to the project scope, which increases the budget to $116 million. Show that slide. Okay. The project is a major renovation to the MSC and the University Complex. It's located in the central part of the A&M main campus, just north of Kyle Field. It consists of both new construction of additional space and renovation work on existing space. This slide shows the particular data about the project. Total project cost is $116 million. It's broken down into the various sources shown, and the current completion date for the project is summer of 2012, and we're currently on schedule with that. Show the floor plan. The additional items included in the MSC scope include, as you can see in the section 1, will be the renovation of the Board of Regents office area, including new finishes, offices, and support spaces, and reworked mechanical and electrical systems that were necessary to keep the building online. Funding for that is through A&M system interest earnings on a system reserve account. The second area that's shown in Area 2 is the renovation of 3-floor West Wing office area and floor is currently occupied by the hotel. This will include updated offices, new meeting and conference rooms to be used by the students, 6 new guest suites, new mechanical and electrical systems. The funding for this portion of it was procured through gift funds again. Section 3 that you see on the diagram here is the finish out of the first and second floors of the Barnes & Noble bookstore space in accordance with plans prepared by the bookstore architect. We received cash funds from Barnes & Noble to do this work. The Area 4 that we have shown is a renovation of spaces on the second floor of Rudder Tower for use by the University Center's Hospitality and Event Services Group. They brought forth University Center cash funds for this portion of the work. And the Section 5, Port 5 that you see, is a renovation and new construction of certain dining services that will include a lower-level dining area, a kitchen and storage area, retail and a cafe dining, and a ballroom kitchen. The funding comes from dining revenues on this portion of it as well. Go ahead and show us. This is a rendering of the new MSC facility at the main entrance on the north end of Rudder Tower. The project meets all applicable coordinating board standards with the exception of the cost standard for repair and renovation. The renovation work will convert an early 1950s building into a state-of-the-art student center. It will involve the removal of much of the existing building interior back to bare structure. There will be some structural modifications required to bring a natural lighting facility and to meet current accessibility and life safety standards. And the work will include the removal and replacement of outdated mechanical and electrical equipment and plumbing. This extensive renovation work has resulted in a cost that is higher than a typical renovation project. Coordinating board reapproval is requested at the new budget of $116 million with the scope and funding as detailed below. The project was approved by the A&M System Board of Regents at the $116 million budget at the regular meeting in December 2010. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I know this is a reapproval. Virgil, just remind me, because 80% of this is being funded by the students, the student fees. Just remind me, do the students vote on these issues? They do, no?
Yes, they do.
That's what.
Any further discussion?
Did they vote on the renovation as well?
Yes, they voted on I think it was close to $100 million assessment to start the project at the very beginning. It's a total regut of the building. If you've ever seen it, we just stripped it down completely.
Do you have in your mind, or can you come up with the numbers of how many total students voted in this election?
I don't know. I don't. We do have someone here from the University of Lala. Do we know that number of students?
A couple questions on your LEEDs effort.
Yeah, LEED certification.
Is the environmental development, is that the line item for the cost associated with pursuing LEEDs, or do you know what that is?
I think that line item was particularly associated with abatement of hazardous materials and those kind of things in there. The LEED cost is kind of spread throughout the whole. The items that we do for compliance with the LEED Silver criteria are spread through the whole construction cost of the project, really.
Do you know what those dollars or what that percentage would be?
I do not know exactly. I know we've looked at several times at other projects that have just trying to answer the question is what does LEED compliance really cost? And it's LEED Silver really, I think, has been like in a 2 and 3% range.
Total project cost?
Project cost.
Yeah, it's actually, excuse me, Dan, has been less than that because primarily with the state of Texas requirements that you have, most of the things that we do will get you almost a LEED Silver just with the energy conservation, so forth. So it's been a very small percentage amount because of that. But the analysis we've done on previous projects has shown us that the basic work and that you do for energy compliance and those things will get you almost a LEED Silver that way.
So, out of curiosity, if the best operating procedures put forth by the state are almost sufficient to get you a silver, why do we go through the effort to go get a? I'm just curious. I've asked this of other schools too. I mean, why go through the effort to get LEED certification if we already do it based on our own practices?
Well, it's an interesting question because the A&M system has decided we will design all our buildings to LEED Silver, but we will not actually get them spend the additional monies to get them certified.
Okay. I like that.
Would you be kind enough to get me that information concerning the number of students that voted in this election? And
certainly.
And perhaps, Susan, would you receive that and convey that to me at your convenience? Just if you could get it to Susan, I would like to know that. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
I was just going to add to Wallace's question that, in general, the cost of LEED certification has been dropping as more and more buildings are designed to these green standards. And just in the marketplace in general, LEED Silver, from industry reading, is ranging in between 1% and 2% in terms of total project cost. And as Virgil pointed out, and as you asked, that would be less if you don't go to the cost of actual certification and audit requirements to get the documented certification. So
that's great.
It's a lot of architects and engineers feel that within 10 years, the building codes will have absorbed what we now call LEED certification, and that the additional effort for certification will probably be phased out over time. So I think what they're doing is really kind of reflects the trend in the industry.
I agree.
Thank you.
Further discussion? May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Dennis. Second by Wallace. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we'll take agenda item 504 if Mr. Greggs and Mr. Nance are here. There they are. Hello. This is from Texas State University San Marcos to construct a recital hall and theater. Welcome.
Thank you again. And I'm joined by Bill Nance, Vice President for Finance and Support Services at Texas State, and Coral Bueller, who is the Director of Facilities Planning and Construction. This project is, in many ways, one of the centerpieces of Texas State's ongoing master plan. They're about halfway through a 10-year master plan, and both because of its significance and its location at the essentially the southern gateway to the campus. This is a very significant project for Texas State. It is a recital hall and theater. The recital hall has 300 seats. The theater will have 400 seats. And the project consists entirely of those performance spaces and the associated lobbies and support spaces for that. There is no classroom space in this building, no instructional space, and no offices in this complex. Those are going to be housed in their existing spaces, which are in areas that are very close to this building, and which is where they already are. So we're fortunate in that the location of this building will permit the university to do that. As the PowerPoint demonstrates or illustrates, the total project cost is just a shade under $43 million, funded with a very substantial cash gift, and also with Heath funds and a small amount of borrowed funds. The university is engaged in an ongoing effort to continue fundraising for this building, and so it's our hope and anticipation that when the dust settles, the private donor portion of this funding will increase from its current level. Next slide, please. This is actually one of 4 projects that are being constructed in coordination with each other. The other projects which are part of this complex are a South Chill plant, which will serve this project and the southern portion of the campus, a streets and grounds project to realign and widen and improve streets and also pedestrian walkways through this complex, and a parking garage that will serve the performing arts venue as well as the campus and the surrounding area. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a premier performance venue. It's intended to be a first-class fine arts performance facility, and it is the southeast gateway to the campus. Next slide, please. The building aesthetically has been designed and will be constructed to fit in with the existing campus aesthetics, which are a Spanish colonial style. And as I said, it does not include instructional or office space. This is significant because, as you'll find on the last slide, the building does not meet the cost standards that the coordinating board has set forth. But one of the principal reasons, although by no means the only reason for that, is that that category tends to encompass a wide variety of facilities that are rather infrequently built. And some of those other facilities, in fact most of them, do incorporate instructional space and office space. Particularly office space is, of course, less expensive to construct. And so the per square foot cost of this facility reflects the fact that the uses for the facility are both dedicated to the fine arts performing spaces and also include a number of infrastructure and technical aspects that do increase the cost in order to permit the university's very fine performing arts programs to have the kind of facility that they need. And then the last slide does, as I said, illustrate that the project meets all of the parameters except for cost. One of the other things I will point out, and again, because this does not include a lot of associated spaces, most of the comparable projects that you'll see are significantly larger projects in terms of square footage. So that also, this is, I believe, a 57,000 square foot project. Is that right? When we took the project to our board, the comparables that we were able to find that were similar projects for our board's consideration, all of them were at least 100,000 square feet and included a lot of other types of space. The materials, or the briefing materials, also make the point that there are some geophysical challenges. The water table in San Marcos is very, very close to the surface, and so there are some foundation and geotechnical improvements that need to be made to this project that also add to the cost that you might not find in projects in other locations around the state. But with that, all three of us are certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have about the project.
Just curious, of the 30,000 students at San Marcos, how many of your students can be impacted? You say this is, I read in here that your facilities, that it's state nationally recognized music and theater programs continue to grow. Can you quantify that growth? How many students are in that liberal arts program and be impacted by these facilities?
I don't have the exact number. We probably have about 1,000 in the fine arts programs. The current facilities were built, the current music recital facility is in our old gym that was renovated in the 70s. And back then, and the current theater building that's across the street from this one was built in the early 70s. The university was 6,000 to 8,000 students then. And I'm just guessing, I think the proportionate growth and the fine arts have grown proportionately to the rest of the university since those days. But I don't have an exact number of fine arts students, Mr. Ryder.
Will this also be used for any type of community performances, bringing in any outside artists, anything like that, or is it just to support the internal programs?
My guess, 90% of it will be student performances. It obviously, when available, could be used by community groups, and we would encourage that. Later in our master plan is a larger performance hall to be the more bringing in outside artists type thing. At 300 and 400 seats, you're not going to be able to sell enough tickets at a large enough price to get like touring acts in to make that work. But this is predominantly students' performance space.
Thank you.
Is it traditional that your project managers receive incentive bonuses for completing the project on time?
No, we generally do not build that into the contract. It's an ongoing discussion point as to the pluses and minuses of that, and we've had that dialogue, in fact, with a lot of the other systems. At this point, we've chosen not to do that.
I commend you for making that choice. I have not seen that work very well.
That seems to be the general learning.
What I've seen
we're always trying to find better ways of doing what we're doing.
What I've seen is that you get incentive to complete the project, and sometimes the quality of your craftsmanship and your workmanship suffers as a result. So y'all may have picked up on that by interacting with some of the other institutions.
Well, I appreciate that comment, particularly in projects like this, although really certainly in every project that we do. The system and university work together to try to select our partners in designing and constructing these with the utmost care and attention. And it's our feeling that if we select the right people and manage the project professionally and skillfully, that we'll get the result that we need, and we'll stay on schedule, and we'll stay on or under budget without having to resort to those kinds of contractual provisions.
Chair, I just regarding the cost standards or criteria, have y'all analyzed what the suspended slab and deep pier design has added incrementally to your per square foot cost?
I don't know the exact incremental increase, but it has had an impact on the overall cost.
Do you have just a ballpark feel for what it?
I don't. I would say that it's probably added at least $1 million to the cost.
Further discussion? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Wallace moves.
Second.
Yeah, seconds. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
One final comment. I was looking at your at the profile, and I want to please communicate to President Trout that we commend her on her extraordinary work in continually raising the graduation rates at Texas State San Marcos. It's been a very significant improvement over the last 5 or 6 years, and we're very pleased to see that.
Well,
Thank you.
We'll do that. We're
Certainly
very
will.
pleased, as well. Thank you.
We will now consider item 506, University of North Texas System, the renovation of 1901 Main Street. Richard Esquadi. Hi, Richard. Welcome. And your crew. Richard, you want to introduce some people you have with you?
I'd be happy to. I'm Rich Escalante. I'm Vice Chancellor for Administrative Services. With me today is Bernard Kirby, the Associate Vice Chancellor for System Facilities, and Lilia Gonzalez, Director of Planning, and Christine Cook, who is our Senior Architect. We are here today seeking approval of a project to renovate the 1901 Main Street building in Dallas. It's a system building, and the building is currently serving UCD programs, other educational and training programs, as well as the Fashion on Main and system offices. This January, we'll be adding a design research facility operated by the UNT College of Visual Arts and Design to the part of the building complex which is in the loft apartments that is adjacent to this building. The renovation project before you will provide facilities for the University of North Texas at Dallas College of Law, as well as improvements for all academic programs that are held at the building. The objectives of this project, is to improve the classroom and learning environment for all academic programs. That is needed in the building, and we are able to accomplish that if this project is approved. To provide facilities specifically for the law school, and to provide a more efficient and dependable infrastructure, reinvesting in the building's infrastructure. We want to upgrade the building to meet current codes caused by modernization, as well as the fact that as we're adding floors onto the finish out, there are new high-rise codes that come into play. And we want to provide the necessary office space. Next slide, please. A few facts about the building. It's an 8-story building. Only 4 floors are currently finished out. The upper 4 floors remain unfinished. We propose to finish out an additional 2 floors, and that will add about 40,000 square feet of finished out floor area. The lower 4 floors will be improved with modern infrastructure and designed to improve the learning environment for students. Next slide. Among the major improvements that we're undertaking is construction of a law library, a moot court, study areas, a law school dean and law school administrative offices, as well as moving system offices. We want to improve the technological services and the wireless services, not only for the law school, and that is vital because a lot of research material now is online, but quite frankly, it's needed for all students because of the great amount of information that is online. We have a number of students who need to have access at one time, and so we're increasing our technological capabilities at the building. We want to add a computer lab to the building, and we want to increase the formal and informal study areas. In particular, if you'll see on your slide, the bottom picture, the dark picture, that's our existing lobby. Not a very inviting place. The 3 other images are the kind of environment we want to create where students can have informal study areas where they can get together and prepare for class, where they can meet with the professor. I will tell you that the picture in the bottom corner is of our Dallas campus, and we're quite proud of that building and both the formal and informal study areas. But we want to add to that and make this more inviting, and that again serves both the law students and the general academic students. We want to provide windows above the 3rd floor. The building has no windows above the lobby area, and so we want to add windows above the 3rd floor. And we want to upgrade the plumbing, electrical, fire alarm, elevator, and HVAC system throughout the building. In 2009, the legislature authorized the University of North Texas at Dallas College of Law. This project will allow us to provide interim space for the law school, including the library, moot court, dean's offices, and administrative space, as well as other spaces needed, and allow us to improve the service we have for our general academic programs. While the law school utilizes classrooms during the day, classrooms will continue to be available for evening general academic programs, as well as for some programs during the day, because the law school will not be needing all of the classrooms that we have. So it allows us to increase the efficiency and utilization of the existing classrooms. In the future, when the law school has its own building, the space will be available for general academic purposes so that we can serve the growing needs of the region. Next slide, please. We've indicated on this slide and provided to the coordinating board staff the budget for this project, and be happy to answer any other questions relative to the budget. The coordinating board staff has recommended approval of this project, and we request the committee approve this project as well. We are prepared to answer any questions the committee may have.
Any questions or discussion?
There was a question raised earlier by one of the board members regarding the deferred maintenance issue, and they have already provided us information where they've allocated $1.5 million for projects that don't meet our thresholds for reporting or for requests from the coordinating board, but to handle some of their deferred maintenance, which will get them down underneath the 0.05% for deferred maintenance.
Further discussion or questions?
I still move approval of the appropriate, Madam Chair.
Dennis moves approval.
Second.
Seconded by Wallace. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People from the UTMB are still not here.
Okay. Well, I think that probably it'd be a good idea to break for lunch before we go into our legislative update. So we will take a lunch break. Not hearing any objections from my colleagues? All right.
30 minutes.
And, let's say we'll come back at 1. The next item on the agenda is item 5N, consideration of staff recommendation to the board for approval of construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects, and this one is the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston to reapprove and repair healthcare buildings related to the Ike recovery. And Mr. Keaton?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mike Schreiner. I'm the Vice President for Business Operations and Facilities at the University of Texas Medical Branch. And I have Stephen Harris here with me today, who's our Program Manager for the Ike recovery activities. We're here today on the healthcare buildings recovery because we are adding some new sources of funds of a minor amount, but also including in the scope of this work some new construction that needs your review. You can see on the slides that we have moved the total project cost from approximately $271 million to $276 million. The increase is caused by two elements. One is some injection of local capital that we have made to include modernization of elevators, thinking that it's wise to take advantage of the elevator repairs and actually modernize some of our patient care elevators that would not be funded by FEMA. So we've added some local monies for that, a little over $4 million. We also had some social services block grant funds become available that we were able to use for some relocations of groups within the healthcare environment. So the total of those two make up just shy of $5 million change that you're seeing in our total project cost. Next slide, please. As we went into our recovery from Hurricane Ike, we commissioned the firm of Walter P. Moore civil engineers to prepare for us a mitigation approach for the campus. This particular set of projects begins to now put out the form of that mitigation and repair for our healthcare buildings. You can see on the slide that on the ground floor of our healthcare complex, which is really a group of 7 or 8 different buildings, the concept is to take any critical activities and elements out of that ground floor and to replace them with primarily widened corridors for easy movement of the public and staff as they come in and out of our facilities, and to shell out a great deal of the ground floor and not actually put it into any permanent use. Next slide, please. The other side of the mitigation is that we need a place to elevate these critical elements. And so in this particular project, our healthcare buildings, the proposal and solution we've come up with is to actually construct an addition on the back side of our hospitals. That addition will create elevated space above 25 feet in elevation and will allow room for those critical activities that were damaged in Ike to be placed in a permanent and safe location. Those activities would include our kitchen, our pharmacy, our sterile processing units, our blood bank, and several other departments. So our action today is to seek your approval for the added funds going into the project and for us to move forward with the scope as I've outlined.
Okay, and the staff recommends approval. Do you have any discussion or questions? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Whit moved, Lane seconded. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And then you want to move on to your next item?
We certainly could.
Why don't we do that?
The second item we have on your agenda today is a request to increase the total project cost for our infrastructure projects related to Ike recovery. As we've gone forward with this particular project, we have arrived at new damage amounts that the FEMA agency has agreed with, resulting in approximately $50 million more of FEMA funding coming into this particular scope of work. So these revised total project amounts include that additional funding from FEMA. If we go to the next slide, please. During the hurricane, we had quite a bit of damage to our utility distribution systems. The most damage was our steam system. We had some damage also to our chilled water system, where we had valves and control systems below grade. So the recommended approach as we're moving forward is to assure that any of the systems that we have below grade are constructed in such a way that they can take the floodwaters from the hurricane. We've been fortunate that several of the major medical center campuses in the country have experienced hurricane damage prior to us, been able to test new valves, new systems for utilities, and their experience has been our education, and we appreciate that. So we are changing out from a steam system in most cases on the campus to a hot water system. which is much more capable of taking floodwaters without any damage. And we're changing out valves and control assemblies for our chilled water system so that it also will be able to take floodwaters. The net result of this, as I said, is about a $50 million increase. Go to the next slide, please. We will be replacing a great deal of the utility distribution piping on our campus, changing out that steam system to hot water where we can. There are a few buildings that we have on campus, particularly the research buildings, that require a fair amount of steam for autoclaving purposes, and in those cases we'll be elevating steam lines, taking them out of the ground and elevating that service so that it'll be at an elevation allows it to be out of any floodwater in the future. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Committee members, any questions?
I assume that a lot of what y'all have done is preventive in the sense that should we, and it's inevitable to
Can you pull your mic over?
I'm sorry. I'm sure that a lot of what y'all have done is preventative in nature in the sense that if we're faced with one of these catastrophes again, which we most likely will, that a lot of this damage that we incurred will be lessened. Is that correct?
It is. The mitigation approach includes both repair where direct repair makes sense, but if an asset is going to continue to be subject to risk in a future storm, we are making every effort to mitigate that by either protecting it from the floodwaters or elevating it, and that depends on the specific system.
You know, we had a very similar situation that hit Houston in the form of Hurricane Allison, I think. I don't exactly remember the date, but it affected a lot of what was going on in the Texas Medical Center. The University of Houston campus was greatly affected. There was a number of facilities were actually underground facilities, and everything that was repaired was hopefully repaired to minimize any potential damage that could occur in the future. And as I said, it's inevitable that it will, but y'all I'm sure are making every effort to make sure that when that does happen that we're much better prepared for any type of infrastructure damage.
Absolutely. That is certainly the stated goal for all the teams we have working for us, both in terms of design and construction. And we've been able to take advantage, as I said, of the experience that Houston had. The civil engineering team, Walter P. Moore, was instrumental in constructing a lot of the solutions at the Houston Medical Center. And so we thought they had the most relevant experience for us. After the storm, we brought them in to guide our recovery mitigation efforts.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Can I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Dennis.
Second.
Second by Elaine. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 5P. Dr. Kenneth Shine, Executive Vice Chancellor for Health Affairs, the University of Texas System, will provide a short presentation on each of the system's health-related campuses. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I don't know if this is live or not. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you about these issues. We have a series of slides. I'm not going to try to read all of these slides for you, but rather try to highlight some of the issues related to our thinking with regard to planning within the health system of the University of Texas. Next slide, please. I don't have to remind this group of the size and scope of the University of Texas. I would emphasize that the 6 health campuses about which we're going to talk are responsible for more than 70% of the medical school graduates in the state, for nearly 75% of the residents. We account for over 90% of the research done by public institutions in the state in health research institutions, at about $1.6 billion. And I have to tell you that we have been very fortunate in being able to grow significantly faster than NIH funding, and our market share has increased. However, one of the challenges we have going forward is that federal funding is likely to be flat to negative in all areas of research, that is both the NIH, National Science Foundation, and so forth. And so we anticipate that the next few years are going to be very hard for all of higher education in terms of obtaining funding, and that has some implications in terms of issues like how many more research facilities you build and so forth. Our clinical activities, as you know, are extensive. This last year, we provided $615 million in uncompensated care. That's the cost of that care. Those are not the charges. After all the money came in from contracts, from third parties, from federal matches and so forth, the net cost to us was about $615 million. This will or will not be dramatically impacted by federal legislation with regard to health. If it does, the effects will not be felt much before 2014, but they do raise some very interesting questions about our vulnerability, because although the federal legislation will reduce the number of uninsured in the country by a substantial amount, in this state, because of the large number of undocumented individuals particularly, we expect that the uninsured rate is going to go down from about 25% of the adult population to about 13 or 14%, which will put us a little worse than where Massachusetts was before they did their reform. So Texas is going to have to continue to have some major challenges, even if the current legislation is fully enacted. And as indicated, the health institutions represent a very substantial proportion of the budget of the University of Texas, which includes a considerable amount of income from practice plans as well as from the hospitals. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read this mission statement to you, nor the Chancellor's comments. I just want to emphasize that we did undertake a strategic plan which goes from 2006 to 2015. We used this strategic plan in the course of evaluating proposals that come from the campuses. All of the campuses now have their own strategic plans, and we insist that the master plan for the campus is in sync with the plan with the strategic plan for the campus, so that when proposals that come forward for campus development, that concordance exists. From the point of view of the overall approach to facilities, I would remind you that in 2006, the legislature appropriated about $840 million in tuition revenue bonds to the University of Texas. The regions added enough so that we could undertake a facilities development focused on STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, math, and medicine, in the amount of $2.56 billion. That program is underway. Approximately two-thirds of the facilities that would be built with that money have been completed. By the end of fiscal 2011, we anticipate that 90% of the facilities will be completed, and there'll be a few facilities which will be completed in 2012. As far as the next slide, please. The Office of Health Affairs, for which I am responsible as the Executive Vice Chancellor for Health, has the responsibility for reviewing the budgets, the planning for all of these campuses. And as you'll see, and I won't review it again word by word, all of the campuses share a mission of education, clinical care, research, and community service. And as I've suggested, the clinical care component of that is very substantial. Next slide, please. As you know, we have a premier health science center at UT Southwestern in Dallas. Next slide, please. The mission of this institution has clearly escalated to be, if you will, an international leader in science. And we are all familiar with the fact that it has 4 Nobel laureates. In fact, last Friday we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the awarding of the first Nobel Prizes for individuals for work done in this state. Joe Goldstein and Mike Brown, did their seminal research at Southwestern. We've had many other Nobel laureates in Texas, but they didn't do the work here. So we're very proud of this from the point of view of the research activity, and they continue to grow. Next slide, please. They have 3 Reader-granting activities, one in biomedical sciences, PhD programs, in health professions, and there is also a public health regional campus at this site, as well as the medical program. The clinical activity is very large, which is documented in this slide. And again, I'll remind you that this is $140 million in uncompensated costs that Southwestern provided. I'll make note of the $400 million in research expenditures because the overwhelming majority of that is, in fact, sponsored research from the federal government. And Southwestern gets more money from the National Institutes of Health for research than any of the other health institutions in the state. The MD Anderson figures are substantially larger because they have a variety of other sources for their research. The most important capital project on the next slide is that of the University Hospital. And I've emphasized that Southwestern has been extraordinarily successful in science. They rank in some of the international surveys first or second in biological science and medicine. I mean, it's extraordinary what they've accomplished. However, we do not believe they will be a top 10 medical center unless and until they have clinical programs which are of the same quality and caliber of their basic science programs. And that's why the Regents approved this very large capital program, which cost in excess of $800 million, which would open in 2015. We've already seen enormous progress made in recruiting of outstanding individuals for clinical programs. The National Institutes of Health have designated the Cancer Center at Southwestern as a national cancer center. It's the third in the system, the fourth in the state, which is a designated cancer center. And we see this activity is not only enhancing patient care, but also it's built specifically to enhance educational experiences for students and residents. It's also going to be a major activity for clinical research, and we've identified 5 areas in which we believe this campus can be world-class in clinical programs so that they will serve not only the Dallas or Texas area, but a substantial portion of the world. I'm pleased to tell you that we were able to fund this activity with Buy America bonds, and Chairman Hildenfels, we're very grateful to the fact that the board approved this in such a time that we could get those bonds. We're paying 3.2%, which is still significantly better than the nonprofit bond rate. And the success of that financing, plus the fact that construction costs are down, will allow us to add another floor to this building, which will be for OBGYN, which will come in within the budget approved by the Regents and the amounts of bonds that were funded. So it was an enormously important activity, and we're grateful to the board for moving that as expeditiously as they did.
Are those new beds included in the 424, or will that be additional to the 424?
They are likely to be additional. The current plan for that is to build a floor, but not completed. It'll be partially shelled, and ultimately it would provide an opportunity for additional beds. As you know, we are continuing to operate, say, Lipsky Hospital. We will be closing down St. Paul's Hospital, so that there will be a net increment of about 150 to 175 total beds to the campus. Next slide, please. You just had a slide, please. You just had a opportunity to recognize some of the challenges at UTMB and the 2 projects that you approved about construction. Again, I'm not going to read these statements. I do want to emphasize, however, that when UTMB talks about around the world, they really mean it. They are, in fact, one of the world's leading centers for infectious disease research, and they now have telemedicine communications so that they treat They treat diseases in the Sudan, in all kinds of areas around across the world. It's really remarkable what their stretch is. Next slide. There are 4 degree granting programs at UTMB, and I want to particularly emphasize that the interest of students in coming to UTMB in spite of the hurricane, and that to a certain extent this echoes Tulane. Something happened at Tulane, and you'll have to explain to me quite why students love to come to a place that's been through a disaster, but they do. And in fact, some of you know that we actually, even though we decreased the number of acceptances to the medical school this last year, we actually oversubscribed the number of slots because more students accepted acceptances than we anticipated. But the medical school, the School of Nursing, the School of Health Professions, and the graduate school continue to do very well. I'll remind you that 4 of our 10 medical schools, all 4 of them, rank in the top 10 for Hispanic programs in the United States, according to a number of evaluators. Interestingly enough, Southwestern ranks first in the country in terms of recommendations by Hispanic Business and other journals as to places for Hispanics to go for their education. UTMB ranks in the top 2 or 3 of the non-historically black schools for the diversity of its students, both African Americans and blacks. You see the data with regard to the size of the activity. I would just emphasize that UTMB, as I think you know, is the only place in Texas where you have a national laboratory. And the national laboratory is one of 2 that are being developed for dealing with infectious diseases in the United States. With regard to the question that Mr. Golden raised, the National Lab is a good example of a construction that had absolutely no damage during the hurricane. The same thing was true with several of the newer buildings. Absolutely no damage. I mean, you can construct these facilities to be reasonably safe, and in those cases where you don't, we simply want the water to run through the first floor. Put nothing there that's vital, and so forth. So the most important information which you've been obviously working on regularly are the approval of projects there. And I would emphasize to you that FEMA determined that this was a 90-10 site. That is, they will pay 90 cents out of every dollar required for reconstruction, whereas ordinarily it's 75-25, but the magnitude of it made it a 90-10 site. FEMA is still incredibly slow. Mr. Golden, we didn't complete the repairs after Allison for 5 years in Houston. It's going to take a good 5 years to do this. Not that we don't have staff who can do it on the construction side, but the FEMA is incredibly slow in terms of their ability, their willingness to pay. And I'll remind you, we have to do the repairs, pay for it ourselves, and then get reimbursed. So we have to have the cash flow to be able to do that, and they have to be willing to pay us in a timely enough way so that we can get on to the next project. Slide, please. The Health Science Center slide at Houston is interesting because, of course, it is part of the Texas Medical Center. The next slide, please. And is among our most comprehensive. In addition to having the usual schools, it's unique for a couple of reasons. One is it has what I would argue is the only truly comprehensive public health school in the state. We have 2 other public health schools which are very good schools, but do not have the breadth and scope of Houston. And secondly, it's the home to 5 regional campuses across the state. And one of the things I'm particularly grateful to the Regents of the University of Texas for is they gave us a $10 million grant in 2005 so that all these campuses are linked for distance learning. You can take your biostatistics course at any one of those campuses. It only has to be given once or twice a year. Similarly with other educational activities, it's meant that those campuses don't have to have teachers in each of the disciplines in public health because they share it all. Conferences are held conjointly among all of these, and it's resulted in a huge increase in activity. And over the last 3 years, I believe the research funding in the School of Public Health is up 62%. I mean, the school as a whole, as well as its outreach, has been substantial. I'll also point out to you that Houston is the only medical school in the country which has a department or a school of biomedical informatics, and that school is now the core for the electronic health record development in this state that is funded through the federal government, which is a rather important activity. And that institution also has been particularly involved in cutting-edge opportunities for interdisciplinary education among medical students from these various disciplines. Next slide, please. The principal project, slide, please, underway there is the dental branch replacement. This is a 50-year-old building, which will be completed in 2012. It's part of a research park complex which would expand research and enrollment of the dental school. It doesn't move all of the dental functions. Some of the functions have to stay in the old building, but we have a plan whereby we could, at some future time, add some of those additional functions. The research park complex is being developed jointly between MD Anderson and Houston, and there are facilities there that are shared as well as individual facilities. And I think it's a good example of a way that we can not only have campuses working together for construction, but in addition, GE, Hitachi, and other companies are participating in the construction or management of some of those facilities. The proton beam facility is an example of such an arrangement, but we have a variety of other similar facilities. Slide, please. San Antonio, next slide, please. I consider among the, if you will, most positive trajectories in our system in terms of growth of its programs and growth of its, in terms of its impact. It has a very diverse student body, a very substantial group of Hispanic students. It has, among other things, more funding in aging than any other institution in the country, except some years the Mass General beats them out. But other than that, they're top 2 in the studies of aging. Their activity in children's cancer is extraordinary, and we forget sometimes because of the outstanding nature of the children's hospitals elsewhere that they have an extraordinary children's cancer research activity. They're also a major center for transplantation, and the stent that is put into many people's blood vessels, millions and millions of stents are put in blood vessels, was invented at San Antonio, and they continue to be pioneers in that activity. As you can see, their research expenditures approach $260 million. I'm particularly pleased on this campus with the amount of interdisciplinary education that goes on there. And medical students, nursing students, dental students, and others learning together have been a very important aspect of this campus. They also have the Regional Academic Health Center in the south, and that is a growing and I think very successful model. And as you know, the regions have the authority in 2015, if they believe it's appropriate, to create a medical school in South Texas. Whether that will happen or not depends on a number of considerations, which I'd be happy to talk to you about if you were interested. From a slide, please. From a construction, next slide, please. From a construction point of view, the biggest project is this incredible research building. And it's incredible because if you look at this picture, this is building out rather than up. And it is based on a hypothesis for which there is some justification that researchers tend to relate in a collaborative way much more horizontally than vertically. That is, they're more likely to interact on the same floor where they have break areas, where they have meeting rooms and so forth, as opposed to meeting in the elevator going up a 12-story building. It'll be an interesting test, and we actually have some concepts that we're going to be evaluating with regard to this activity. But this is currently under construction, and I think is a very important project. They recently, this year, opened a medical arts building for seeing patients. And if you, I should tell the committee that this year we've opened 2 ambulatory facilities for seeing patients. The Mark Building at San Antonio and an ambulatory building at Victory Lakes. And if you would like to see state-of-the-art construction, which is efficient, effective, and makes patients feel really good about going to the doctor, if you can ever feel good about that, it's these two facilities. They really are very, very patient-friendly. Slide, please. MD Anderson, I don't think I have to tell you, has been ranked #1 in the country, and we think probably in the world, for 7 of the last 9 years. Some of you may be aware. That's all right.
Our own renovations.
I was once giving a keynote address at a major university on the dedication of a new facility when the helicopter came in to deliver patients, and there was no way you could shoo that away, right? Yeah. In any case, MD Anderson we will be searching for a new president. John Mendelsohn has served as president of MD Anderson for 15 years. During that time, it has achieved enormous outcomes in almost every area, and what people don't appreciate again is that it provided last year $240 million in uncompensated costs for care in cancer. In addition to that, it supports programs at the LBJ Hospital where its faculty sees patients who are in the county system to provide cancer care. So although they have a very substantial positive bottom line, they're giving a lot of care in an uncompensated way. Their biggest capital project at the moment, slide please, next slide, is to their new hospital. But it is important to remind you that MD Anderson does have educational programs. There are two kinds. One is they have a very successful School of Health Professions, and they teach radiology technicians, chem technicians, a whole variety of other folks, and their graduates are scooped up by the healthcare system at an amazing rate. I mean, you never see a person graduate from their health profession schools without a job, because there's huge shortages in these areas. And as an aside, I will tell you that one of my biggest concerns is that although we've been pushing very hard for increased funding for nursing in this state because of the nursing shortage, lost in all of this is the other health professions, because there are huge shortages in those areas. And unfortunately, they're a very diverse outfit. They're the occupational therapists and the chem technicians and so forth. And they've not gotten their act together in terms of funding. But I'm very worried about this in terms of a workforce issue for this state. In any case, MD Anderson trains them very well. They also have a PhD program that is run in collaboration with Houston. And I think that's a very important program because both institutions' names appear on the degree. And it's an important model. The Commission and I have talked on a number of occasions about programs involving multiple campuses giving the PhD. And we recently received approval for a PhD in translational medicine that involves San Antonio, Austin, the Health Science Center, and the Academic Center at San Antonio. We need to do more of that when it's appropriate. The Alkek Hospital they've already started to open, actually, some beds. 3 of the floors will be open early next year. Another 3 floors will be shelled. We've done a number of studies, and the demand for beds continues to increase. I'll remind you that MD Anderson has more patients in clinical trials than any other place in the world, and in fact, it's 2 to 3 times what some of the major centers are. There are over 12,000 patients at any given time in a clinical trial at MD Anderson, which is extraordinary. So these beds are not only for giving good cancer care, but they enroll lots of people in improving cancer through the clinical trials. They also have a basic research building, which will be substantially completed in 2015. This particular building will house a variety of new research programs, and some of them have been the subject of major private philanthropy, and you'll be hearing more about that in the next couple of years, but there are some major gifts coming to support their research activities in in that research facility. Finally, the University of Texas Health Science Center in Tyler. I'll remind you that this campus was originally a tuberculosis hospital. It is now one of the leading places in the country for chronic lung disease and acute lung injury. As small as it is, it has nearly $20 million, and it has nearly $15 million in research funding for issues related to lung injury, and is also important in terms of the outpatient visits it has. As you know, one of our biggest concerns in the state has been the physician shortage. One of the biggest concerns in the physician shortage is the lack of residency positions in the state. We're very grateful to the coordinating board for recommending that the number of physicians equal the number of graduates of medical schools plus 10%. I hope we can get there because we are adding medical students. But this is a campus which has been doing that, and they recently made an agreement with Good Shepherd in Longview for adding 58 residency positions. What's important about that is that their graduates, 85% of them stay in Texas, and 65% of them practice in East Texas. So this is the classic example of having residency programs where there's a need for physicians, and we intend to expand those. Not surprisingly, some of the other hospitals in the neighborhood are a little jealous of Longview, and we think that's not bad if, in fact, it produces more residencies. Their principal capital project is their academic building, which will be completed next year. They will move their cancer center there as well as other cancer facilities, and when we can raise the money, they'll complete classrooms and so forth for family medicine and other health professional programs. This is a very quick overview of what's going on in the health campuses. I would say that overall they are doing very well. We face three enormous challenges which will influence what happens going forward. First, obviously, is the legislative session and what happens with general revenue. Although general revenue accounts for only 11 to 14% of our budgets in the health campuses, it is a very critical portion of that. And some campuses, for example, UT Galveston, UTMB, which relies on state funding to support the hospital, it's a big ticket item in terms of absorbing cuts. The second is what I referred to before, namely federal money for research is going to be, at the very best, flat. Maybe a little for inflation, but I doubt it. I think all of the signs are that federal funding is going to be flat, and that means that the campuses will be under pressure. And the third is, and Vice Chair Mendoza has been involved in a number of our activities looking at healthcare delivery. She well knows the cost of healthcare in this country is out of control, and we're going to see very serious decreases in reimbursement for physicians and for hospitals. Those reimbursements will have profound effect on us. I'll remind you that a medical student, at the current time, the formulas may bring us $200,000 for a medical student, but it costs us close to $1 million to educate a medical student. Where does the money come from? It comes because the patient care enterprise is paying for the physician's salary who's teaching the medical students. And there is a lot of that kind of cost shifting that goes on. Why are nursing tuitions what they are, and why are our expenditures in our nursing schools higher than they are in academics? Because they're cross-subsidized by patient income. So we're looking at three areas where we're quite concerned. We see the building process moving forward to complete what we did with the competitive initiative in 2006. I think in terms of research buildings, we will be looking at a relatively small number in the next few years. I don't want to be held to a particular number, but it's going to be a relatively small number because, as some of you may know from an editorial he wrote in Science, Bruce Alberts pointed out that you don't just keep building buildings if the federal research support is flat. So we've got to be clear that we don't overbuild. So that for that reason, we're looking at other issues, and as some of you may be aware, we think that the infrastructure issue, which is probably the most important in Texas over the next several years, will be computing capacity. will be because of the requirements for large databases, whether in genomics, proteomics, and clinical care, and so forth. The high-tech bandwidth that's required for education when you want to do long-distance learning and you want to use the latest technology for having classroom and virtual reality requires broad bandwidth. And I'm very grateful to the regents of the University of Texas who provided $23 million in their last session for us to connect all 15 of our institutions to broadband. And I would want the committee to know that we've reached out already to one other system. We believe that all the systems in the state should ultimately be connected to broadband with. It's expensive, and if we can help in terms of scale or whatever, we're prepared to do that. We can't afford to pay for that connectivity, but given our ability to negotiate in particular markets and with vendors and so forth, we're prepared to try to be helpful in terms of the infrastructure. And incidentally, this is not just for health institutions, although health institutions, because of the nature of what we do, have an enormous need. Just the data from imaging, from MRIs and CAT scans, will overwhelm the ability to store that in many places. And moreover, the ability to archive it is going to be a major issue, because once you get all this data, you don't want to throw it away. You may, 5 years from now, want to mine it. And so storage, archiving, as well as connectivity and computing capacity is going to be central, in my view, to Texas' ability in research, as well as in the latest activities in education and in clinical care. And so what I'm suggesting to you is that although today I focused on building buildings, I think a year from now, 2 years from now, we're going to be talking more about computing infrastructure than about building buildings. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for this wonderful report. I'm sure we would love to discuss this all afternoon. I wish we could, but what questions have been there?
Dr. Sean, I have 2 questions. The first one is, you gave a couple of examples of cooperation among various institutions, a translational science program in San Antonio. I'm interested in your views about the cooperation between UTEP and the Texas Tech Health Science Center in El Paso. There are huge needs for medical care along the border, and particularly in a place like El Paso. Are we doing as much as we can in El Paso to cooperate between 2 separate systems to make sure that both institutions benefit from the presence of the other?
Commissioner, I'm going to be very straight with you. The people at UTEP have wanted to collaborate with Texas Tech in a big way as long as I've been here. I visited El Paso, I visited the leadership of the medical school as it was beginning there, and I can tell you that President Natalicio, her senior staff, and so forth, would love to collaborate with Texas Tech. Until very recently, it was described as the sound of one hand clapping. There was little or no response from Texas Tech. As a consequence of that, our Chancellor, Francisco Figueroa, contacted Chancellor Hentz and indicated to him directly our desire to do that. I have been in contact with the new president there, Dr. Mitchell, indicating our desire for that. We have proposed a number of areas in which that kind of collaboration could take place. And we believe among those areas that the opportunities are substantial. One of the institutions we reached out to, and I had a conference call a week ago Friday with Chancellor Hentz about this high-performance computing. How about Texas Tech? If we're going to hook up El Paso, if they can handle the cost, why not hook up the medical school at Texas Tech? So we believe in that. We would like it to happen. I am hoping that the leadership at Texas Tech will be willing to take advantage of it. I think they would. I think that Chancellor Hentz's response to our chancellor was positive, and certainly the email communication that I had with the president there seemed positive. But we've got to see things happen, and I'll be very straight with you. We have been waiting a long time to collaborate. I would remind you, I have an honorary degree from Texas Tech that I was asked to give a discussion at the Lubbock campus on the future of research for Texas Tech 5 years ago, and outlined a number of the opportunities where UT could work with Texas Tech. We want to work with Texas Tech, and that's as best I can say.
Maybe Paul Foster should make a phone call to Chester.
I was going to say there's one common element there.
Well, I didn't want to get too specific, but I can tell you that Vice Chancellor Foster has been involved in these conversations, including recently, and I think he obviously cares about this. I know I'm sure he was not unpleased that we reached out to Tech with regard to the computer project, and we're ready to go. And I think we're just waiting for the other hand to join us.
Well, the reason I ask the question is because there are obvious opportunities that would benefit both institutions, and frankly, we haven't seen a lot of evidence here at the coordinating board that the institutions are cooperating as much as at least I would like.
There's a couple of areas where they have in pharmacy.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, I've been specifically twice to the UTEP campus, met with the leadership of their departments, their presidents, and their provosts. They have outlined what they would like to do. We've identified priority areas that we would think would be worthwhile discussing with our colleagues. And I would emphasize to you, this is not about UTEP. And I say this publicly only because if it encourages our colleagues at Texas Tech to move forward, so be it. But we have been very frustrated. Now again, let's be fair. Their highest priority was matriculating medical students, and they needed to get their first class in, and they've been developing a innovative curriculum, and certainly their attention has been very much focused on the medical students, and I understand that. But we believe, Commissioner, I had John Baldwin and his vice president for research in my office in Austin several years ago, saying we want to reach out, and I told John Baldwin directly that where can we work together? So there has been never any hesitance on the part of the University of Texas. There was a rumor floating, which I thought was hilarious, 4 or 5 years ago, that somehow we didn't want Texas Tech to develop a research. I mean, can you imagine how worried I am about Texas Tech developing a research program? It can only help us. It can't hurt us.
Well, I mean, I consider, obviously, El Paso is my hometown, and I can see the benefits of cooperation, and as UTEP strives to become a national research university, clearly that path would be easier if there was strong cooperation between two institutions. So
we agree.
Okay.
You said you had 2 questions.
Yes, the second question was, how are we doing in terms of South Texas and expanding medical care and educational opportunities there?
The city of Harlingen commissioned a study from 2 consultants in California. That report was delivered publicly in March of this year. We indicated that I went to Harlingen at that time, indicated we thought their report was sensible and made very useful recommendations. I at that time articulated 4 conditions that we thought were essential with regard to moving forward with a medical school. The first is that it needed to be a comprehensive school that was regional, not local. The comprehensive notion is that there had been talk about a community-based school dependent entirely on local physicians for education and so forth, without much emphasis on research. We felt we could not be comfortable with that. We don't want 2 types of medical schools in UT. We want this to be a first-rank activity. We think that South Texas deserves that, and that we would want those conditions. The second is there had to be an adequate number of residency positions in South Texas. Right now there are only about 35 residency slots. If you had 50 medical students graduating, and most of them have to go out of South Texas to take their residency, you've not accomplished what you want with regard to workforce. So I publicly indicated we needed 120 residency slots. The third condition was that any funding would have to be new money, that we were not in a position to take money away from existing institutions to fund the medical school in South Texas. And the fourth was that we would not jeopardize the development of Brownsville or Pan Am in the course of developing this, and that it had to be as collaborative and interactive as possible. The first two requirements, I think, are close to being met. I've spent a lot of time in South Texas. I've met with the hospitals down there. At the present time, I have commitments for 127 to 135 residency positions. I'm now working with the hospitals there to formulate them into real programs, because a hospital may want 4 internal medicine residents, but it's got to be part of a larger program. So we, with regard to the notion that the hospitals step out on residents, so far at least they have done that. And secondly, these are hospitals all over South Texas, all the way to Laredo, so that the notion that this is a regional effort is bearing fruit. Harlingen created a foundation in support of a medical school, put 35 acres into it, and is beginning a fundraising activity. Senator Lucio indicated he wanted to try to get $50 million in this biennium toward that medical school, and toward the new money. Your guess is as good as mine what the result of that will be, but clearly the political leadership understands that we need new money to be able to do it, and is taking the lead in doing it. And we are moving forward, indeed, with interactive programs. It's premature for me to tell you the details, but some of you may be aware that the regents of the University of Texas have received from the from our Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs a report on academic programs in South Texas. That report, I think, will be going to the regents more formally in February. And at that time, I expect the regents will both receive the report, and they may very well never predict the regents. The regents are their regents, but my guess is they are likely to take some kind of action. And I can tell you that we have continued discussions with our academic brethren about the notion that if we're going to do certain things in South Texas, we want to connect the health and the academic piece. So you have outstanding nursing schools, nutrition schools, physician's assistant schools at Brownsville and Pan Am. We want to see them with the medical students and the residents part of an overall program, and I think you're going to see that. So that's probably perhaps more than you wanted to know, but I wanted you to be clear that we are very interested in developing the programs and the medical school in South Texas if the conditions can be met, and that we have plans to take a series of steps to do that.
Can we do it? Is there anything that we can do at this agency, or should we look to the legislature to encourage any and all institutions in this state to work in a spirit of collaboration with the limited amount of resources that we're faced with? And the commissioner has articulated the situation in El Paso, and with regard to collaborating, or the potential collaboration between UT El Paso and Texas Tech. I mean, where do we go to resolve this? Where can we begin to work to encourage that type of collaboration, and because everybody benefits, everybody's going to.
We are committed to collaboration. We've just done a deal, as you know, you perhaps know, with A&M on a digital library. MD Anderson has just signed a contract with A&M's new facility for developing vaccines and drugs. We, on our health activities, we commonly involve, when I say healthcare issues, we commonly involve participants from all of the systems, whether it's access to care, whether it's electronic health records. I was very central to the development of a coalition between A&M, Texas Tech, and UT on developing regional extension centers for the electronic health record. I think as far as El Paso is concerned, clearly our chancellor has reached out, and I think that the initial response is that the Texas Tech would like to respond. I'm just waiting for that response. But the point is that we see the benefit of that, and I can tell you that in Fort Worth, for example, where we have important programs in family medicine, and Southwestern has programs, we also interact with North Texas and the osteopathic school there in terms of we take residents from their programs and so forth. And I've been in Fort Worth in regard to clinical care programs. So I think there's a lot of interest in doing it, and we will continue to be active participants in that kind of activity.
Second quick question I have is that you alluded to a number of high percentage of Hispanics in the programs in the UT Health Science System. Could you comment or give me some idea of what percentage of Asian Americans that we have now enrolled in medical schools that are getting integrated into health science careers? Is that a substantial number?
It's a very substantial number. It's of the order, depending on the campus, excuse me, in medical school, it can be as high as 17 or 18%. In some institutions, it's very high. Asian American students, I'll try to get you some more recent data with regard to it. But Asian American students compete extraordinarily well academically, both as undergraduates and in medical school. So we have a significant representation. I hesitate to give you a number to be precise, but they're well represented. The Hispanic population, again, it's getting better represented, and depending on the campus, it is well represented. African American representation remains very low and is simply insufficient. That's one of the reasons that we were so supportive of the JAMP program that you folks have also been very supportive of, because in the JAMP population, it's been about 38% Hispanic, 13% black. Well, we've got schools which are getting up into the 30% of Hispanics, but for blacks it's like 3%, 3.5%. So we are very interested in that. You might also be interested to know, those of you who are JAMP aficionados, much to the irritation of some of our colleagues, we were given a large bequest to use for scholarships of students. So we've dedicated that, spins off about $180,000 a year, to scholarships for JAMP students. And we challenged the other systems around the country, around the state, to come up with the comparable amounts. One of the issues, though, is still role models for these young people. And so last year we established a new faculty development program for JAMP students, 2 at each institution in each of the first 2 years, where they get substantial scholarship help if they are interested in pursuing an academic career in teaching in medicine. And it's JAMP students. I mean, that's the rubric there is economic disadvantage, but the fact that they are so well represented by minorities means that we're going to try to get some of these folks in a track where we give them special scholarship support to develop an academic career, so that we have some role models to help increase the number of these folks who are coming to schools. So I am pleased that Texas Tech, speaking of Texas Tech came up with a scholarship program for their students. The other campus systems have not, and I keep needling them that they really should be helping these JAMP students a little bit more. But we were very lucky in getting some scholarship money, and we're now devoting it to a small number. We're only talking about, 4 schools. We're talking about 8 a year. But if we could get even half of those to become professors, it would just make an enormous difference in terms of role models to encourage people to go on. But we don't have a problem with Asian representation. It's very substantial.
Dr. Shine, a couple cost-related questions. One investment-oriented, one savings-oriented. You were talking about connectivity and investing in broadband. have y'all studied what the additional statewide cost would be to connect all our campuses in one project, and what the potential savings per campus due to economies of scale would be?
I don't, sir. We've not done that. We did the calculation for the 15 campuses, and then we've approached Tech again because we've got to bring lines into El Paso, and that's pretty expensive. So if there's a way we could share that, we would be comfortable.
So y'all have approached the Tech Health Science Center and then the A&M system?
Well, we approached Tech in general. We'd be prepared to look at any kind of a relationship, but no, sir, we have not priced that out. It's very tricky because a great deal depends on who are the local providers, telephone companies, cable companies, and so forth. I can tell you, for example, that all our connections will be protected by at least 2 lines, except El Paso and Galveston. Both of them have limited providers, and so for the moment we think we can only get 1 line in. A flip side of the question, however, which we are studying, is that we think there could be enormous advantages economically to have shared data center. They'd have to be redundant because you've got to keep everything duplicated so a tornado doesn't wipe you out. And without going through all the details, we know from industry that you can reduce the costs of computer utility costs by over 75% by creating a single data center. Computers are enormously demanding of both air conditioning, temperature control, and humidity. And having hundreds or thousands of these around in multiple campuses jacks up your utility costs dramatically. So we have a cyber infrastructure steering committee currently meeting. We are going to be looking very closely at pricing the whole issue of shared data. When it comes to shared data, if we're going to build facilities, there would be a lot of logic for building that for the state, because you can do them. There are commercial companies that will do them as condos. You buy a piece of the facility, and they have part of the facility is a condo and part of it's a lease. So if your needs go up, you lease a little more, and then you go back to your condo. So we're examining all of those issues, and that's an area in which I could see some real opportunities for building a couple of data centers, which would suffice for 10 or 15 or 20 years, as opposed to a short-term kind of thing.
Let me. That's a great idea, and if we can help in that, I think that goes hand in glove with our approach to trying to create greater cost efficiencies from a statewide perspective. So if that need is there, then it makes sense to do that across systems and institutions.
Well, the other point is that it's very expensive. So in our case, if the regions are going to put in some resources, all of our campuses, particularly the health campuses, which have enormous needs. I mean, MD Anderson may spend $60 to $80 million this year on IT, on computing. And so if you had a larger consortium sharing the cost, then and there are real savings for people, it becomes economically very attractive. So we will look at that very carefully.
The other thing about savings, the system recently announced that, I don't know whether this requires legislation or not, but that y'all are going to discontinue providing prisoner care at clinics, continue to provide it in Galveston, but not at the remote clinics. I don't remember, that was going to save a fairly significant amount of money. Is that cost in this $615 million in uncompensated care?
No, sir. We don't include correctional managed care in any of our calculations with regard to uncompensated costs. Theoretically, the state should compensate us for that care. I want to be clear on what we're saying about correctional managed care. The problem with correctional managed care is that under the current arrangement, the state appropriates a certain amount of money for the biennium, but never appropriates enough to provide all of the care. There is always anywhere from $20 to $40 million not funded, on the grounds that somehow that will keep our feet to the fire in terms of efficiency and so forth. and that the state will make it up in an emergency appropriation in the next session. That's been the pattern, that's been the argument. The problem is that the organization of correctional managed care is dysfunctional. There is a correctional managed care committee which can say you need to hire more people, but they don't have the money to pay for it. So you hire more people and you have a bigger deficit. And at one point we were looking at a deficit in excess of $80 million. That $80 million comes out of the reserves of UT Medical Branch until they get reimbursed. So A, you're financing it from Galveston, from the medical branch, and B, you're hoping you're going to get it back in an emergency appropriation, which you're going into now looking at a $20 to $25 billion shortfall. So it does not give the regions a great deal of assurance that that's all going to be made up. In order to get control of that, A, we laid off 300 people, which was very unpleasant, but we had no choice. So now we're looking at a deficit circa $60 million. So what we have said is, A, we want a new contract, and the regions have authorized us to negotiate a new contract. Secondly, one of the ways in which to handle it would be to keep our responsibilities focused on our mission, which is education, and continue to run the hospital on Galveston Island where residents, students, and others learn, and have all of the rest of the function handled differently. Now, one of the ways of doing that would be to privatize it. There are companies that provide care to prison systems. There are a variety of other ways that one could approach this, which would deal with this funding problem. There are a variety of ways that the contract could be changed so that we were paid for what we did as opposed to wait until the next session and have it made up. So basically what you read in the newspaper was the term sheet which had been proposed to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to begin a conversation. I am not at all convinced that that will save money. We run a system where we spend about $9.54 per prisoner per year, and in spite of what's said in the newspaper, the next closest to us is close to $10, and you've got places like California spending $40. We have an extraordinarily efficient, low-cost healthcare system for prisoners. The problem is nobody wants to pay us for it in a prospective way, and you just heard about the FEMA issues. If you've got to pay for a building to be constructed before FEMA reimburses you, and you've spent it on correctional managed care, where do you get the money? So it's not a good situation, and the regions have been very clear. They wanted us to negotiate a new arrangement. We want to be of service to the state. You might be interested to know that I arranged for a independent group to look at the quality of health care in the system, in the correctional managed care, the diabetes status, HIV, hypertension for prisoners is better than in the free world, the outcomes. Now, part of that's because you control their exercise, when they take their pills, and so forth. But the fact is, we get better, as good results are better in terms of quality at a very low cost, and yet we just don't feel that the current arrangement allows us to operate in a way that's appropriate.
So the cumulative deficit was 80, has now been cut to $60 million, but there's still $60 million in unreimbursed system deficit.
There will be. It's not right now. At the end of the first fiscal year, it was about 19 plus, and then it would add another 40 in the second year. Part of the problem you have is that the prison, and again, I've said this publicly, so I'm not ashamed to say it, we have a stupid policy in this state that we insist on keeping prisoners in the prison until they die. So if you've got a prisoner who's wheelchair-bound, chronically ill, can barely walk, you keep him in prison, as opposed to discharging him to a nursing home and getting Medicare paid for it. The whole notion of keeping people on end-stage dialysis in the prisons makes no sense. They're not dangerous to anybody. And you're paying for them through this mechanism instead of paying a person who is a prisoner under the age of 50 costs us about $7.50 a day. Over 50, they cost us $45, $47 a day. because that's where all the cost is. It's the chronically ill, end-stage individuals. And I just don't think it makes any kind of sense to, you're not protecting anybody. We've got people on respirators in prison hospitals who can't do anything to anybody, and yet we're paying, it can cost us $1 million for a patient in a year. It just makes no sense. Anyways, we'd like to see some better thinking about how to deal with that.
Of course, some of us realize that a tax dollar is a tax dollar, whether it's you're paying it to the feds, the state, or locally. So somebody's paying for it with public dollars.
So that's entirely true. On the other hand, you are also paying, it's amazing the amount that you're paying for guards to watch these people who can't do anything. And if you discharge them to a nursing home on a respirator, you don't need to have a guard with them, although that's what they seem to think. I mean, I personally just don't, I just don't think it's terribly logical in terms of the resources that you have to bring to bear. Anyway, that's my personal.
At the end of the day, this care needs to be provided in some fashion, and even though it's not, doesn't seem fair for UT system to have a deficit, there's not a cost savings there because of the way, because it could be managed differently. It's really a matter of where the compensation comes from.
There will be, I mean, if it's, let's say it's bid to the private sector, there will be, presumably people will try to bid to keep costs very low. I am sure that the people bidding on it will argue that they can do it cheaper. I'm somewhat skeptical of that because I have not seen examples in other states where they have privatized it, where in fact they've done it cheaper. So maybe it's possible, but given the fact that we run a very inexpensive operation, it's not clear to me. And again, you got to be very careful about the way in which they do their figuring. If we get the sick patients in the hospital, then we are preferentially going to cost more than the people who are being seen in the clinics on an so you got to do the cost accounting in a very accurate way.
Dr. Shine, we don't do a very good job of educating the prisoners either, and so we could get a lot of bang for our buck if we educated the short-termers so that they didn't turn around and come right back.
Madam Chair, I spent a long time at the RAND Corporation doing studies on the impact of 3 strikes you're out and substance abuse in terms of putting people in prison, and it is very clear that rehabilitation programs and educational programs ultimately save money.
A lot of money.
And somehow it's very hard to convince people of that, and yet actually I think we've made some progress in this state. I've seen some figures indicating that some of the rehabilitation have had an effect on recidivism.
You just can't get anybody to carry the bill, because I'm going to get reelected. Thank you so much for a fascinating report.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Dr. I know that beyond the frequent flyer mileage, you're not getting paid for this.
Okay, items 5Q and 5R were on the consent calendar. Am I at the right place? I thought so. Okay, 5S is our long-awaited update on our priorities for the 82nd legislature. Is Dom still here? And Arturo? Okay. I want to find out if I'm going to have a quorum problem on some of these matters that we have to vote on. Or how many people are hanging with me to the bitter end?
What time's the bitter end?
Well, I don't know. That's the problem. How many people have to leave before 3:30?
I want out before.
I got a 3:55 flight.
Okay. Well, I hate to do it because I know y'all want to hear this, but we could postpone this. Let's just.
We'll be brief, I think. We're going forward?
Yeah, we're going for it. We're going for it.
Great. This is a standing item we want to have on the this committee's agenda going forward through the session, just to give you a periodic brief and update on the session and how things are going so far. Dr. Alonso is going to talk a little bit once I'm
complete here, to talk a little bit about the new instructions we received from the leadership of the Legislative Budget Board about an additional 2.5% budget reduction. But before we get to that, I'll just give you a brief outline of what's happened so far since we last met, status of some of our key initiatives, status of some of our outreach efforts, and a little talk about some of the media attention that has been focused on our initiatives and the initiatives that the board adopted back in October. Pre-filing of legislation started on November 11th. To date, we are tracking 64 higher education-related bills. Much of those bills are bills that have been filed in the past but never passed. For example, we are seeing 2 bills related to creating a law school in South Texas. Those are bills that are filed practically every session. One of the bills of note I want to bring to your attention is Senate Bill 28 by Senator Zaffirini. She has filed a Texas Grant Priority Model legislation in the Senate. It's a little bit different than what the board is recommending. The board is recommending a priority model that looks at 4 different academic criteria, and if you meet 2 of those 4, you retain priority status. Senator Zaffarini's bill is looking at a 1 of 3 model. The category that she chose not to put in her legislation as filed is the TSI readiness component. And so it's a little different configuration, but I guess the good news is that she filed it as one of her top bills. It's a low bill number, if that means anything. It shows that she made it one of her top priorities, filed it, I believe, the first day of filing for the legislature. So that's some positive news, and we'll see how that moves forward. The House side, we've not seen very many legislative initiatives filed to date. We expect that before early filing ends, before the session, that we'll see a number of initiatives related to the priority model. Perhaps outcomes-based funding will be filed on the House side, and we'll keep you up to speed as that happens. In terms of our outreach, we've been very aggressive reaching out to members of the legislature, their offices, their staff, to educate them about our initiatives related to outcomes-based funding, the priority model, et cetera. Since the last time we met, we have held meetings with every single Senate office, at least the chief of staff or their education person, to talk about these initiatives, to make sure they have a baseline of understanding about what it is the board is proposing and recommending to the legislature. We have also been meeting with a number of leadership in the House side. Obviously, it's a little more difficult to meet with every single office because there's so many of them, but we're trying to reach out to small groups. For example, the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, the Black Caucus in the House. We're also looking to set up a meeting with the newly formed Tea Party Caucus, which is an effort that Senator Patrick has started that has, I believe, 50 members the last time we heard, both new and returning members that are members of that new caucus. And so we're hoping very soon we'll have an opportunity to meet with those offices. So we've been fairly aggressive in reaching out. We were also planning for January 20th. We should be sending out a notice today, and we'll make sure the board receives an invitation as well. We welcome your attendance if you're in Austin able to do it. But we're going to be hosting a new member orientation for new members of the legislature on January 20th, I believe is the date that we've set. Chairman Branch has agreed to come speak and be part of that. And so we think that'll be another opportunity to sit down with new members, introduce the coordinating board, introduce what it is we do, and also introduce the key initiatives that you are recommending for this next session. In terms of the media, again, the last time we talked, particularly at our retreat, we talked about a media outreach strategy to help educate the media about our initiatives. Since then, we have held editorial board meetings with the Austin American Statesman, the Dallas Morning News, and the San Antonio Express News, and we're looking to reach the Houston markets and El Paso markets in the near future. Those have really started to pay off. We weren't expecting, although it was a pleasant surprise, that the Corpus Christi Caller-Times editorial board actually came out strongly in favor of the initiatives, outcomes-based funding, priority model, et cetera. And the Dallas Morning News, one of their editorial writers, shortly after the visit also wrote a piece recommending that these reforms be taken seriously by the legislature. So we'll keep reaching out to them. The one final note I'll make is, and this is just FYI, and we'll put something and send it out to you here very shortly. We just learned about it, I believe it was late last week. The state of Illinois had a blue ribbon commission that was created and directed by their legislature to look at reforms in higher education. They have issued their recommendations to their legislature for this upcoming session, and they are recommending outcomes-based or performance-based funding. They're recommending a momentum points model. Their recommendation is going to look at risk factors, at degrees, and course completion. Many of the elements that this board has put forth as recommendations, it looks like the state of Illinois is now going to be taking a very serious look at adding an element similar to that for their state. And so that's a very brief download of some of the efforts we're working on in external relations going forward, and we'll continue to keep you updated. With that, I'm happy to take any questions before I turn it over to Dr. Alonzo.
I wanted to say, and it's important to make this point recurrently, particularly because Dominic and Linda and Lizette and John and all the other and all the senior staff people that work on external relations in one way or another. I can tell you, I've heard from at least 6 or 7 members. I've heard from the governor's office. I've heard from others that we have the best external relations of any state agency, that our agency responds very quickly with appropriate information. And I can tell you that I've not heard anything but praise for our external relations team and all the people that are involved in this effort. And it's important to say that, particularly when I noticed Dominic's emails at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
He times those.
Well, we all really do appreciate
Yes, sir.
it.
You know, I would like to ask in terms of what kind of strategy we have, and as far as getting our initiatives introduced in the legislature. Do we find a sympathetic person who's in a position of influence that could promote our agenda, or do we approach a branch or someone who is in a position, ask him what is it about our proposals he can support, what is it that he has trouble with, try to work out some form of bill that he can stand behind and push. I mean, how do y'all go about picking a sponsor? Do we craft a bill, and do we get a sponsor to sponsor our bill through? I mean, I'm just asking. This is my first.
Yes, sir. What I'll tell you is on the Senate side, Senator Zaffarine has been very interested in basically anything major related to higher education. She feels compelled to be the author or decide how to.
She would be the one.
She would be the one as chair of Senate Higher Education. And so what we did, once the board adopted that book of recommendations, of which the priority model, everything was in, we shared that information with their office, and they are in the process of having much of the legislation drafted. And I suspect they will make a final determination whether they want to file that themselves or farm it off, share it with another author in the Senate as a co-author, etc. So that's how it's working in the House, and a very similar process is working its way in the Senate and the House. Chairman Branch is approaching it the very same way, looking at all the legislation and deciding basically right of first refusal, if you will. And then they turn to us as a staff and say, what is some suggested language? How should we approach this? And we've been, General Counsel has been working with ER staff and with the staffs at both those offices to help them in every way possible to draft legislation, provide language to Legislative Counsel that helps them draft legislation. So we've been working very closely with those offices as resources moving forward.
It's a very collaborative process, but in the end, much as we'd like to draft them or choose them, they pick us. They choose whether or not to champion the legislation. But the process starts with meetings at both the staff level, which Linda and Don and Lizette and John have done a great job of meeting, not only with leadership staff, but with the staffs of many new members as well. And then we go back and talk to particularly the committee leadership, not just higher ed, but other key committee leadership and vice chairs, et cetera. And through that process, they begin to give us their feedback on these recommendations, and then they indicate which pieces or perhaps the whole menu that they would like to carry, as well as the idea of recruiting co-authors or co-sponsors. But as Dom said, I think they do. Our staff does a great job. I just want to echo what the commissioner said. I've heard more comments in the interim hearings and the lead up to this coming session about what a great job our external relations has done in sort of preparing the ground, if you will, and getting the information and answering the questions out there to these key legislative offices, because the key staff is as important as the members for whom they work, because that's who the members rely on to analyze the data and the recommendations we provide. So another attaboy for you guys.
Thank you.
I'll be very brief. Last week, a week ago today, as a matter of fact, we received a letter from the state budget leadership, the much discussed and anticipated and speculated letter that requests agencies and institutions of higher education to identify an additional 2.5% of GR and GR dedicated funds for the current year, in other words, for FY11. This is in addition to the 5% that we have already identified and turned in back in January and February of this past year. This additional 2.5% translate to an additional $36.5 million for the coordinating board. David, Linda, and myself have been meeting even before the letter came out. We have been kind of coming up with scenarios, recommendations, possibilities. We had an opportunity to brief the commissioner this morning for the first time, and we did a very high-level briefing of what we could be looking at. Nothing specific yet, but the commissioner, as he did with the 5% cut, asked us to go back and to explore all possibilities, to take a look at the 2.5% reduction in the same manner and in the same deliberate, thoughtful, thorough way that we did the 5%, and take a look at everything, take a look at what makes best sense for the state, for the students, for the institutions, and come back to him, and of course we'll keep the board and the leadership informed of where we're going. One of the things that's interesting in this letter, which is different than the initial one that we received in January, is that they ask us not to submit a revision to our 5% plan that is already on file. They ask us to identify it and to be ready to, I suppose, it's unsaid, but I suppose what they mean is have it ready by the start of the legislative session, because they are going to handle the 2.5% through what they call the supplemental appropriation, which in this case will be de-appropriating, I guess, supplemental de-appropriation. And so we will be working on that. We got approximately 4 weeks. I don't know how early or how soon in the session they'll ask us, but we certainly will be ready, and that's where we stand.
Arturo, really, though, didn't this really get us to 12.5? We started a base that was -5, then we added 5. Isn't that right?
No, then we added 10, but that's for next year's budget, biannual budget. This is to the current year. Yeah, so the 5% was to the current biennium, and we could take it either year of the biennium. This is now FY11.
I got you.
And this is going to go across all state agencies, correct?
All state agencies. There were a couple of exemptions, I think public ed and health and human service. I don't recall exactly, but there was a couple that were exempted, but for the most part, all state agencies.
Higher education, of course, wasn't exempted.
Higher education was not exempted. Public ed was.
And no financial aid carve-out?
No specific mention of financial aid. That's right.
Well, let me ask that. The figure, the 2.5% is $23.6 million?
$36.5 million.
36.5 million. So it'll be an additional 36.5.
In addition to what we carved out in January, which was $73 million.
The carve-out before, though, included this gray area about how to treat student financial aid.
Yes.
If it was exempted, then it was not, and then we were told to hold half of that?
Right. We were told to hold $24 million in advance.
All right. So my question is, will that $24 million now of necessity be part of this 36.5?
Well, we're looking at that possibility, Fred, and we're certainly going to run some traps and ask some questions and see if we can
We talked about that this morning. We're trying to get some information from the governor's office. I get the feeling, without any specific information from either the legislature, from the governor's office, but I get the feeling that the legislature is still trying to find ways to preserve as much of financial aid as possible.
Yes, we get that same feeling.
Yeah, they're very serious about preserving financial aid.
Two quick alibis, and then I think we're done. First of all, I was remiss in mentioning a very important piece of legislation you probably heard about, House Bill 104, that was filed by Representative Fred Brown, which is basically calling for the consolidation of the coordinating board and the Texas Education Agency into a single education agency. The SBOE, under this legislation, would continue to exist with a certain amount of functions, but the concept is that you would have for lack of a better term, this isn't what's used in statute, but a super commissioner, if you will, that would oversee all education policy, higher and public ed. We're in the process of doing a bill analysis. It's a pretty significant piece of legislation, looking over at Bill. We fully expect there to be a committee substitute of that, so it's under major rewrite anyway. But because that has potentially a significant impact, we'll make sure that as soon as we get that analysis done, we'll provide that analysis to you, because it's been subject of a lot of conversation, both in the media and at the legislature. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to mention, we mentioned this a little bit at the board retreat, but ER staff is in the process, and we will have this to you before the start of session, basically a 80-second legislative session 101 book, or what for me will be a book for dummies, if you will, but basically that will have talking points.
Careful now.
Well, I said for me, Mr. Chairman. But what we want to do, and again, I've heard from the former chairman and the current chairman, we want to keep these books small, so you will not be receiving some giant. I mean, literally, we're hoping to have something no more bigger than this that will outline some of our key initiatives in terms of the talking points, in terms of everything, hopefully, that you would need to know to be successful when asked. What is the coordinating board recommending this session, and what is the coordinating board details on this initiative or that initiative? You will have those before session begins, and obviously House Bill 104 and that consolidation issue will be one of those that we'll focus on for you, so you have that information. So with that, unless there's questions, I think that completes our presentation.
Any further questions? Thank you all so much. We know how hard you're working. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom.
Item 5T1 was on the consent calendar, and item 5T2, I'm hoping we can whiz through this because Elaine is interested in it. And this is the consideration of adopting. Is this one? There is
5.46.
5T1. Consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee. It's this one. It's 2, right? 2. Yeah, okay. Relating to an amendment to Chapter 5, rules applying to public universities, health-related institutions, and/or selected public colleges of higher education in Texas. Subchapter C, approval of new academic programs and administrative changes of public universities, health-related institutions, and assessment of existing degree programs. Section 5.46 concerning rules applying to the criteria for new doctoral programs. McGregor, did you want to say a few words on this, and then I'd like to hear Elaine's comment.
Certainly. This proposal was put together as an indicator of whether or not the institution was doing a good job of supporting the undergraduate programs at the institution before they considered adding additional or an additional doctoral program. And at this point in time, because of the limited nature of resources, especially if an institution is adding additional doctoral programs, then they're not using those funds for the support of undergraduate programs. Pretty simple, straightforward logic there. So simply indicating a need that if they are going to be looking to add additional doctoral programs, that they must be at or above the statewide average graduation rate for universities without UT, Austin, and College Station being included in that, because that would raise the average by about 7 points. And so we got two primary comments about this, one from UT System, which felt like it would make more sense to look at the graduate program characteristics and success rates rather than the undergraduate. And again, our focus was intended to ensure that there was sufficient support for the undergraduate programs before expansion of graduate programs. And so we did not, and we already look at the quality of the graduate programs in comparable areas within the institution when we review doctoral program approvals. The second was from Texas A&M Kingsville that pointed out we may not be indicated that they have some very successful doctoral programs, which one of the ones you heard today was about the wildlife, and that it would not be equitable to not consider high-need areas for institutions that have a regional or workforce need for us to take those into consideration before just relying on the doctoral or on the undergraduate graduation rate. And for that reason, we added a sentence at the end, and if you look in the goldenrod sheet, the new sentence that's underlined there is to allow us the opportunity to look at some of those that may come up at institutions where their undergraduate graduation rate may not meet the statewide standard, but that there may be exceptional circumstances such as significant external funding, need for compelling regional need, or to meet institutional mission requirements. And so with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, McGregor. Elaine, you had a comment?
Sure. I just wanted to comment, not take too much time on this, but to just kind of say I think it would have been nice for us to align, if we're looking at undergraduate performance, to align our outcome-based funding milestones to calculating the success of undergraduate programs, meaning that if we took a look at those things that we are proposing in our funding formula, outcomes performance-based model, which is, number of baccalaureate graduates, number of at-risk students graduating, STEM field graduates, and then, of course, looking at graduation rate versus projected graduation rate, it would have been a nice, consistent message that we could have been promoting to the institutions to say, not only are we taking this to the funding formulas, but we're also looking at it as a success measure for undergraduate programs in order to earn the right to look at graduate programs. And, I don't know. I just thought that would have been a very good, congruent, consistent message as to why we think the undergraduate performance needs to be thus in terms of our funding formulas, et cetera. I talked to you about that. I mentioned it to you, David. And
Gregor and I had a discussion about that. That's one of the things we would have been looking at, particularly the expected graduation rate as a consideration.
Yeah, I agree with Elaine that it would be better. I think it would be better to state it, because really, since we've already stated it, there really isn't any need for this rule at all. If we're really using the standards we set out to approve programs.
Well, I think part of the discussion is whether the board would formally include that as a consideration. Now, it's available to you. Here, it would be, the board would be saying, if you include all these things you just talked about, that these are going to be factors in the approval and will formally be a factor in the approval of the doctoral program. We don't have anything in place right now that says that.
Right.
And that sends a direct message. I think in terms of some of the things that you mentioned, one would have to decide what is the standard in terms of, if you include the graduates in critical fields, how would one use that specifically? Expected graduation rate's pretty clear, or graduation rate's pretty clear. The other, you'd have to set some level of expectation in terms of what are they doing in that area.
It just seems like yet another incentive for our institutions to take a look at those milestones that are directly related to closing the gaps that you all really spent a long time figuring out in terms of incorporating them into the funding formula. So anyway, I don't know if it's too late or if you all had the discussion and those just weren't worthy of note. But I think sending that congruent message.
We had not discussed, and I didn't recall having the broad. I remember discussing the expected graduation rate with you. The others, I still say we would have to figure out a way to use those other measures in the proposed funding system. You actually get funding related to that, but it doesn't say how many you need to have.
Right, it's more void.
In this context, when we say, okay, so how does one use numbers of graduates in critical fields? We just have numbers. We know we can measure them. We know that right now it's in the accountability system.
But wouldn't you go institution by institution, and it may not be applicable to a liberal arts college, for example, to have a number of STEM graduates? Would you go and just measure the trend and say what would be a better yield? Sort of.
It wouldn't necessarily be as clean as just looking at graduation rates, because if you're talking about, say, Midwestern, probably not the best example, but they don't have large numbers of STEM graduates. And if you're going to say, well, you have to have 100 STEM graduates at the undergraduate level before you add another doctoral program, that's going to be not necessarily consistent with us wanting to make sure that we're not putting a new STEM program at every institution.
That's why it seems to me it'd be institution by institution. It would be compared against itself. But I don't know. This might be the reason why.
One would have to figure out how to do that. Kingsville, for example, when Kingsville was here today, Kingsville would be a very different institution than say, if Stephen F. Alston were requesting a doctoral program. They will. Say, or UNT. I mean, that they're made up very differently.
The same could be argued with the graduation rate as to why. I mean, based on their demographics, the enrollments. I mean, the
standards and mission standards.
Thank you. Mission standards. I mean, we have the same debate. That's why we didn't put it in the funding formula.
That's how the expected graduation rate could fit.
Yeah.
Whereas I can see the discomfort with a graduation rate. With the expected, it takes into account those different things in a cleaner kind of way.
Overall, just whatever we can. I think, my opinion, whatever we can do to be consistent, and we're trying this move towards this broader initiative in terms of outcomes based.
And I think part of the basic.
I think we are consistent. I had a long talk with David Pryor, the executive vice chancellor of the UT system, about this. He reiterated a complaint that we've heard a lot from the UT system about graduation rates and how graduation rates only capture about 30% of the students at an institution like UTEP, because so many of them are part-time. And I pointed out to him, we know that, but putting those students in the graduation rate would only make it go down. I think this change. I was actually agonizing a bit over this rule. I think the exception that we've created in the revised language in response to the comment from A&M and from the UT system, I think give every institution an opportunity to put forward a proposal for a PhD program, but sends them the message it will be very closely reviewed. But I think the new rule also underscores a point that this board has been making as long as I've been here, and that is that the most fundamental mission of all universities is still undergraduate education. And we've seen, and I think that our focus on that issue has yielded very substantial results. If you look at, I was talking to David earlier today, if you look at the 6-year graduation rate for UT San Antonio, it's gone up 10% the past 6 or 7 years. There's some other institutions that have done really well. There are a few institutions that haven't improved very much, and we'd like to create incentives for them to follow the lead of the institutions that have done extremely well. Texas State San Marcos has done extremely well over the past 7 or 8 years. So
I'm not arguing that at all.
Perhaps what we could do is, given the language here, add to it that when we look at, if we go in and look at other things, that we look specifically at those factors that you just mentioned, that those be factors that we turn to consider if we consider something else. So we'd at least have a smaller basket of, and that might work very well. So we could look at the expected graduation rate, we could look at the critical fields, we could look at some of those other things, but we would define what they are.
Because we're hopefully going to be asking them to do that in order to yield the highest they can out of the 10% of the funding formula. So it just seems like we could continue that trend under this scenario as well.
That could help, because it wouldn't mean there'd be an infinite variety of things that the school might want us to look at. The board could say, okay, if we look at additional things, we're going to look specifically at these.
Well, I think this is a good step in the right direction. And why don't we run with this and if everybody agrees, and then we can maybe add that.
Would you officially add it to the verbiage, David?
Sorry?
Would you add it to the verbiage?
That's our recommendation, yes.
Yes.
You would add it to the, then we'll need to pull it down and repost.
Okay.
So there's no reason to vote on it now?
Well, that's your recommendation, correct?
I'm sorry?
Your recommendation with the revised rule.
We would recommend it to the board with a revision. We still have to post them?
We would still have to post, because we're making substantive changes by adding additional characteristics that would be reviewed.
And that's our recommendation. Correct?
Now?
Yeah.
No. Our current recommendation does not include the additional measures that you're discussing that came out of the funding formulas.
It's just the graduation rate.
We know, but we understand that, right?
Yeah, well, I misunderstand that the revised language, we're not recommending that we make the revised language on the goldenrod.
Yes, that's the recommendation. I was asking to somehow include those other 4 milestones, which throws it into a carry situation. So even if we did what David asked.
I don't know. I'm deferring to the commissioner to say what I'm doing.
That's what David suggested.
If we do what David suggested and incorporate, we will take a look at these other ones, we have to pull it down and repost. Is that correct?
I believe that would be viewed as substantive, yes.
Yes.
Oh. So I would leave it up to the committee. You have to post for another 30 days. Would we have enough time for the board meeting? Have it before the board meeting?
No, ma'am, we wouldn't.
That's what I was just going to try to address. I'm not sure whether we would or not. I'd want to check with Sharon Jasmine. She keeps our Secretary of State posting data, and I'm just not aware of where we're at.
Do we have a time crunch on this?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I mean,
like we have to report to
I'm going to quit speaking and let the commissioner respond to that.
Anybody?
Well, yeah, let's find out if we can get this done by the board meeting. We have to repost.
How long is it actually posted?
30 days.
30 days.
So our board meeting is the
January 27th.
The posting only occurs every Monday.
Isn't it business days? Business days, 30 business days?
30 days.
Oh, okay.
But again, the next time we can post would be a week from yesterday. Normally it takes somewhere between 7 and 12 days once it is posted. I just don't know. Sharon is the one who keeps that schedule. I simply don't know where we're
And I guess what I was asking is, do we have to put this rule out by any certain time?
And that's where I deferred to the commissioner.
I mean,
Does this need to be done by January, or can we wait until the April board meeting?
Pressure to get this done January board meeting versus April.
I wish I had said that way.
I don't think there's a lot of pressure, but I do think that universities do want clarification about this rule as soon as possible.
Okay, well, I would move to postpone and have staff relook at the wording and
Table?
Can we defer?
I'm sorry, I thought it was
Can we
trying.
defer the final decision to the executive committee? Can the executive committee make this decision if the board?
it won't matter, Dennis, because we still have to post for 30 days.
Okay.
And it seems substantial and it should come to the full board.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I'm just amazed we can get more comments on just a 6-year graduation rate. And I think adding those elements is going to open up where you're going to get a lot more comments. And I don't disagree with it. I like the direction it's going, trying to align those outcomes up. But I think we have to give institutions time to respond to reply to it.
You know, you could leave it just like it is, except say, when you say this added language, an institution may submit documentation, blah, 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 you could then just put especially and list the other items. I know you do.
I would prefer that we take a vote on the revised language and get it done.
I think most of the schools that are most likely to want a doctoral program, it appears, are very near to this standard right now.
There's only one institution of the 7 emerging research universities would be impacted by this, and that's UT El Paso.
And I guess one thing I would say is moving forward on this effort, we would probably want to bring all of the institutions in to have a conversation about how to establish the baseline thresholds of...
I don't think you have to do that. What David was saying is you could just announce to them that you would, when they submit documentation, if they don't meet the criteria, that we would especially look at blah, blah, blah.
And I guess I was misunderstanding what Elaine was trying to do, which was to have those be factors in the same line as the graduation.
He compromised on it. He said he put forth a good compromise, which said it would narrow down the scope of the other things that we could look at.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's right. So it would be what you were saying, but it would actually narrow the scope and make clear to folks what that is going to be looked at.
Right. And it's true. I mean, if staff is revising this language without posting, you could revise it, couldn't you? Without posting to include those 4 elements.
No, this was posted.
No, this was posted. This wasn't posted.
Oh, it wasn't?
Your correction.
Well, the original one on the goldenrod was posted.
Right.
So your revision wasn't posted based on the comments.
That's correct. Sorry.
That's correct. So you can revise
So
this.
why can't you just add?
It still takes 30 days. Right.
Sorry?
This was posted for 30 days, including this gray highlighted.
No.
No, that was one of the recommendations from the institute.
So why can't you just put a comma and go especially?
Great.
Why does that have to be posted? I don't get it.
Right? Because
It's been suggested from somewhere that the staff could look at this week, and you could, if we need to repost, we could, but if not, we could go ahead and vote on this as it stands at the January board meeting.
Great. With the changes.
okay.
Do you need a motion to that effect?
So my motion to postpone is still appropriate or not? You vote on this the way it is, given.
Vote on it in January.
Correct.
Postpone the
Yes,
vote till
postpone consideration until the January board meeting is an appropriate motion, knowing that we may or may not take it up for consideration at that meeting.
Okay.
So it keeps your door open. And
Okay.
we can
Then my motion stands. Move to postpone.
A seconded by Dennis. All in favor? Motion carries.
Just add it to the white. Now I got that.
Okay, thanks. Item 5T3 was on the consent calendar. Item 5T4 is discussion of the proposed new Chapter 15, National Research University, Subchapter C, National Research University Fund, Section, what?
How many do we need for a quorum? I think you just lost it.
Don't we just need 3?
All we need to do is motion to postpone consideration of this until the board meeting because we do not have comments. The comment period is not closed.
Oh, okay, good.
Postpone? Since I'm on a roll?
No, it just take no action. No action on that.
Other than
Let's see. Now, I guess what we need on all the rest of these that need votes is move to postpone action until the board meeting.
So moved. Second.
Can we do that all? I'm not sure we can do it all at once. Let's do it for agenda item 5T5.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Item 5T6.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor? Item 5T7 has been removed from the agenda.
Second.
No, you didn't have to.
Second.
Item 5T8.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Item 5U, adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
We got that right.
All right.
Very good.
Why do I always get the open meeting? No matter what committee I'm chairman of, I get the open meeting. Doesn't seem fair.